Chapter 1154. Above Komiai Island, Fraxinus. Ha! The automatic door of the command room slowly slid open. Shinna, who had taken off her CR unit, panted as she walked into the command room. Fighting in such a strong storm is really tiring. Thank you for your hard work, Shinna. You nodded at Shinna and scratched her head apologetically. I'm sorry for giving you the job. I don't have much talent in controlling CR units. I can only use some gun-type devices to attack. Otherwise, I would have been able to help you. Well, don't mind it. Shinna shook her head. Her blue ponytail swayed like a puppy's tail. It's very cute. Senior Yeyue's strength is unquestionable. Back then, when she fought against Nightmare, that godly shot of hers is still fresh in my memory. I only have some experience with guns. You shrugged. She looked at Kanushi Kuhei, who was hugging his chair. It's not like there aren't any men here who are more talented than me. Shinna looked at Kanushi Kuhei, who was drooling and mumbling nonsense. Kanushi Kuhei had a disgusted look on his face. She was conflicted. Indeed, if one were to say that Yu's ability to use a personal gun-type display device had surprised Shinna, then Konosuke Kuhei's outstanding command had shocked Shinna. Not only could she perfectly grasp the situation on Haimai Island and let her attack in advance, she could even support him in that kind of weather and calculate the effective time of the storm, so that she could really defeat all the Bandersnatch troops that were sent to Haimai Island without anyone noticing. Shinna sincerely felt that if she didn't have Kanushi Kuhei's instructions, even if she could take down all the Bandersnatch troops on Komiai Island, the residents of Komiai Island would still be shocked. It was inevitable that it would be witnessed by the local residents and even the students of Lai Chan High School. It might even put Toka and Shirori in danger. Recalling Kuhei Konosuke's advice on the radio during the battle with the Bandersnatch, Shinana's opinion of Kuhei Konosuke had changed. He had also changed his opinion of Kuhei Konosuke. However, Kanushi Kuhei's performance. Shinna couldn't help but lower her opinion of him. The two cancelled each other out. Even if it was true, he still felt conflicted. All in all, the Bandersnatch troops had been taken down. There shouldn't be any more problems on the island. Shaking his head, Shinna shook his head and looked at Yu. How's the captain? Captain. Night Moon smiled bitterly and looked at the big screen. It's a bit troublesome. Why are you guys always sticking to Shido? As this consort's most loyal guard, isn't it natural for Shidao to protect this consort? Huh? What's the meaning of this? Explain. Explanation: Yu Juya and Yu Xian are having a very important event. They need Shido to do it. I don't know what's going on, but if that's the case, I want to participate. Do you want to be my opponent? How brave of you. Opponent? This means that there can only be one winner in this meaningful event, and the winner will be the owner of Shido. Obtain Shido's ownership. I want to participate. I want to participate too. What? A mere human dares to challenge the Witch of Komiai Island. Exclusion: this is a duel between Yu Juya and Yu Xian. Outsiders are not allowed to participate. Why can you two do it but not me? Wu Yen listened to the bickering coming from his left, right, and front. He watched as Toka, Yagiya, and Yukinori clashed with each other. Wu Yen felt like he was sandwiched between the three of them. His face was filled with fatigue. For half an hour, Wu Yen was bombarded by the three elven girls. Even an immortal vampire like true ancestor Wu Yen wouldn't be able to take it. Wu Yen couldn't help but yell when he saw that the three of them were going to continue. He struggled to break free from Yu Juya and Yu Xian's hands. I say, when are you guys going to stop arguing? I'm not the one who wants to make a fuss. Toka pouted with tears in her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen with a pitiful expression. I just want them to leave your side, ho ho ho. Yu Juya laughed arrogantly like a queen and waved his hand at 10 Fragrance. It's too late, Shido already belongs to me, it's my spoils of war. No, Yu Xian has never heard of spoils of war. Yu Xian looked away from 10 Fragrance and towards Yu Juya. Yu Juya hasn't succeeded in seducing Shido, so Yu Xian thinks it's just Yu Juya's delusion. Humph, my half, Yu Xian, I didn't expect you to have the same vision as those mortals. Yu Juya raised his chin and put his hands on his waist. He said confidently. With my charm, Shido will become mine as soon as I make a move. He won't be able to leave me, I'm just giving you a chance to show off. I doubt it, Yu Xian thinks charm is just Yu Juya's delusion. Yu Xian's face tensed up, she said bluntly, is Yu Juya just pretending because he doesn't have the guts to fight? That kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Juya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face was bright red. Before she could use her usual Chunibyu speech to cover up her embarrassment, Shi Xian's calm words made her swallow her words. Provocation, Yu Xian seriously doubts Yu Juya's words. Wah. Yu Juya's expression changed, he pointed at Yu Xian and shouted, since you've said that, I'll show you my strength. He didn't even give Yu Xian and 10 fragrance time to react, he turned around and looked at Wu Yan. His gaze was more like a tomboy looking at a chicken on the chopping board than a young girl looking at a seductive man. You. What do you want? Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he took a few steps back. I advise you not to do anything rash, if you really do seduce me, I'll take you to the world of adults. The world of adults? Yu Juya's eyes lit up, he shouted excitedly, if you take me to the world of adults, does that count as seduction? Wu Yan almost choked on his breath, he couldn't breathe anymore. Isn't that nonsense? If I really take you to the world of adults, I'll even risk my life for you, let alone seduction. I see. Yu Juya smiled brightly when he heard Wu Yan, he raised his head and puffed out his chest, he declared without hesitation. Then, Shido, I'll grant you the right to take me to the world of adults. Huh? Wu Yan was stunned. Objection. Yu Xian stepped forward and stared at Wu Yan. Yu Xian also wants to be taken to the world of adults. Don't even think about leaving me behind. When Toka saw that Yakuya and Dushin wanted to follow Wu Yan to that so-called adult world, Toka hurriedly stood up. I want to go too. I want to go too. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the declaration of the 3 elven girls. He almost collapsed to the ground. I say. Raising his hand, Wu Yan asked in a meek voice. Do you know what you have to do to go to the world of adults? Hearing this, Toka, Yejusher, and Shi Xian looked at each other in dismay. Immediately after, 3 sentences popped out of their mouths. Is it touching butt? Yes, is it touching breasts? Shurji said that if you want to grow up, you have to eat more. If you become an adult, don't you mean eating a big meal? Looking at the curiosity and doubt in the eyes of the 3 elven girls, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he's a filthy person. Chapter 1155. Sigh. After walking out of Teacher Xiaozhu's room and closing the door, Wu Yan let out a tired sigh and rubbed his aching forehead. In order to get a place for Yi Jia and Shi Xian to stay, he had spent a full 30 minutes brainwashing Teacher Xiaozhu. Of course, this so-called brainwashing did not refer to Wu Yan directly using a mind-controlling tactic to invade Teacher Xiaozhu's brain. Instead, he relied on his glib tongue. Using deceiving Teacher Xiaozhu, he nagged the pure, kind, and naive Teacher Xiaozhu until her head swelled. Then, when she was dizzy, he inadvertently mentioned this matter and made her nod in agreement in her dizzy state. That was the general situation. First, I spent an entire day arguing with Toka, Yakuya, and Shi Xian. Then, I spent an hour with the 3 elf girls inquiring about the method to enter the adult world with curious and innocent eyes. After that, I spent another half an hour chatting with Teacher Little Bead. Wu Yan was already exhausted. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the mind invasion magic directly. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Although I feel somewhat apologetic towards Teacher Little Zhu, after saying this, Wu Yan sighed again and walked back to his room with heavy steps. No matter what. At the very least, Yi Jia and Shi Xian were granted the right to stay in his room. He didn't have to throw them outside or sleep on the same bed as him. This was something worth celebrating. As for regrets, Wu Yan didn't have any, based on the habits of the Baowu sisters, who had the "will die if you don't quarrel" disease. if you really slept on the same bed with them tonight, not to mention whether you could take advantage of them, you definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. He hesitated for 0.01 seconds before seriously choosing the latter over spending a night in the gentle home of the two noisy girls or sleeping peacefully for the night. After all, he was so tired, in terms of spirit, however. Finally, I can rest for a while, thinking back to today's fight with Irene, then the battle, then the destruction of an airship and encountering a pair of talkative elf sisters. Wu Yan realized that he seemed to have done a lot today. At this moment, he was even more anxious to go back to his room. Unfortunately, he didn't know if the heavens were trying to help him or if they're just toying with him. Just as he was about to turn into the corridor leading to his room, two clear voices came from behind him. Sherdao. Repeat. Sherdao. Hearing these two familiar voices and the special tone and method of speaking, Wu Yan's expression stiffened and his footsteps suddenly quickened. Don't think you can escape. Pounce. Hey Following the sound of two steps on the ground and two sounds of air breaking, Wu Yan's body, which was in a charging posture, was hit by two cotton balls. Under the attack of the neither light nor heavy weight, Wu Yan very cleanly fell to the ground. It's rare for this queen to be so merciful and pamper you, Sherdao. How dare you run away? This is simply disrespectful. Angry, Shixian feels that Sherdao's behavior is enough to cause a serious blow to the heart of a young girl, so please stay here obediently. Hearing this, Wu Yan, who was about to struggle up, immediately deflated. He turned his head and looked at the two identical Baowu elves, one with a proud face, the other expressionless on his back, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He weakly made a posture of prostrating himself on the ground and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. You two still haven't given up? In this queen's noble life, the word give up has never existed. Maintaining the posture of riding on Wu Yan, Yijia pursed his lips. Before I succeed in making you pledge your loyalty to me, this queen will not give up. Explain. I'm actually dissatisfied with what you said, Sherdao. Shixian narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan's face. Shixian is very dissatisfied with Sherdao's suspicion that Yijia and Shixian will not succeed in seducing you. That's my fault, I'll apologize, okay? Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. At that time, I was just casually saying it. I really do have many very cute girls around me, so when I heard you say you want to seduce me, I mentioned it to tell you that I already have experience and that it's best to change the way we duel. How can we, the spirits of the eight dance, lose to a group of human women? Yijia couldn't let it go. He couldn't help but increase the weight of his body to press down on Wu Yan. When you see this queen's charm, you'll know how foolish your previous thoughts were. Agreed. Shixian also pressed down on Wu Yan. Seducing a very experienced Daoist would be the perfect way for the final duel between Yeju Shi and Shixian. Why you guys? Wu Yan started trembling, he's so angry he's shaking. I admit defeat. Then let's continue with your seduction duel tomorrow, okay? Wu Yan raised his hands in surrender. I'm very tired right now, very tired. When I wake up, you can seduce me however you want. I'll cooperate however you want. Are you satisfied now? No. No. Yijia refused without hesitation. Our sacred duel has already been decided that you'll be the stage, there's no room for error. Of course. Shixian nodded. If we compromise now, then that kind person's help will be wasted. Kind person? Wu Yan looked at the Yamato sisters on his back with a puzzled look. What kind of kind person? Yijia and Shixian looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. 10 minutes ago, Sherdao. Yijia, who had already taken off his spiritual attire and put on his bathrobe, looked around and stomped his feet indignantly. Damn it, how dare you betray us? That's a capital offense. Indignant. Shixian's silver eyes were also filled with dissatisfaction. A man who abandons a woman is the worst. Just a little bit more. Yaguya shrugged dejectedly. Just a little bit more and Sherdao would have fallen to the point where he can't leave me and become my helper. No, Yijia wasn't just a little bit off. He was so far away that even the ocean couldn't compare to him. Shixian's eyebrows twitched. Shixian will definitely go further than Yijia on the path to Sherdao. That's not true. Sherdao will definitely belong to me. No, Yijia won't be able to attract Sherdao. Sherdao will only choose girls like Shixian. That's not true. That's the conclusion. That's not true. Answer yes. The two sisters argued as they walked. They had long forgotten that they came out to look for Wu Yan. They were so engrossed in their argument that they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. Around the corner, a figure wearing a cloak, a hat, and sunglasses suddenly rushed in front of them. They almost didn't react in time. When the two sisters finally reacted, they thought it was an enemy and were about to attack when a low voice came from the other party's mouth. Young ladies, you seem to be very troubled. Both Yi Zhu and Shi Xian stopped what they were doing and frowned at the same time. Yi Zhu even yelled out. Who are you? You actually dare to block my path? He 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 he. A very uncomfortable laughter echoed, causing the frowns of the Baowu sisters to deepen. Just as the two sisters were about to lose their patience, the cloaked person spoke. Do you want to know how to seduce a man? I have a secret here. Secret? Hearing this, the eyes of the two elf girls shook and they started to waver. Before the Baowu sisters could react, the cloaked person continued. Actually, there are only 3 steps to seducing a man. 3 steps? The Baowu sisters held their breaths. The cloaked person nodded heavily. Strip. Strip? The Baowu sisters were stunned. Kiss him after you strip. Kiss. The Baowu sisters widened their eyes. After you kiss him, let him do all the work. The cloaked person glanced at the 2 girls with sunglasses. That's fine. Yejuya and Shi Xian looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 1157. Perhaps it was because the tongues of the 2 elven girls were too soft and small, or perhaps it was because a certain wolf's mouth was too big for its libido, but when it sucked Yejuya and Shi Xian's tongues into its mouth, it fit perfectly. Woo! Perhaps they did not expect things to turn out this way. Both Yejuya and Shi Xian let out a whimper at the same time. Their watery silver eyes started to turn misty. Even their cheeks started to turn pink. Not long after, their consciousness started to turn blurry. Feeling 3 tongues sweep back and forth in their mouths, intertwining and coiling around each other, the inseparable feeling brought the man and the 2 girls unusual pleasure. This was especially so for Yejuya and Shi Xian, who were kissing for the first time. After all, they weren't just doing something intimate with a man, they were also doing it with their sisters who had been together since birth. No matter how inseparable the Baowu sisters were, no matter how similar their natures were, they would never try kissing each other. Now, they were doing something only lovers could do while seducing the same man. In addition, the 2 elven girls had feelings for each other that no one knew about. It was almost instantaneous. The 2 girls were immersed in it. Immersed in the pleasure of kissing someone of the opposite sex for the first time. Immersed in the pleasure of kissing their closest sisters for the first time. At the same time, Wu Yan was also enjoying it immensely. Kissing, it's not like he hasn't tried it before. But the 3 of them kissing at the same time was a novel experience. Such a difficult experience, I'm afraid only the Yamato sisters, who are inseparable and born from the same body, would be able to give Wu Yan such a chance. The 3 tongues that were completely inseparable from each other were tightly intertwined. Back and forth, the 3 of them could no longer distinguish whose tongue was tangling with theirs. They only knew that they were constantly moving their tongues. Not long after, streams of saliva slowly flowed down from the corners of Yejuya and Shi Xian's mouths. Coiling the 3 tongues together is already an extremely difficult task. Trying to coax the 3 mouths together is simply impossible. That was simply impossible. Right now, Yejuya and Shi Xian were trying their best to extend their tongues into Wu Yan's mouth. It was also because of this that this feat could be accomplished so smoothly. Therefore, the saliva that flowed down his tongue could no longer be controlled. Strands of blood flowed from the corners of the 2 elf girls' mouths. Coupled with the tsk chirping and panting sounds that reverberated in the surroundings, the atmosphere of the scene was rather obscene. After a long time, their lips parted. Ha, ha. The moment their lips parted, Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian raised their heads and gasped for air. His eyes were filled with confusion. Ha, what kind of feeling is this? Wow, Sunset Cord feels more comfortable than ever before. This is the first time I feel that being in close contact with someone is a wonderful thing. After saying that, the two elf girls turned to look at each other. When they thought about how the other had participated in the Battle of Tongues, their rosy cheeks turned even redder. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they might misunderstand the relationship between the two sisters. For example, they might look like sisters on the surface but they're actually each other's lovers. Noticing each other's gaze, the Bao's sisters blushed and looked away. As if trying to hide something, they looked at Wu Yan at the same time. How is it, Shido? Yi Ju-shi panted as he smiled proudly at Wu Yan. You've been captured by my ritual, right? I have a question. Are you satisfied? Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan like a pitiful little girl. She met Wu Yan's gaze with a pitiful expression. Actually, Shi Xian can continue, I can do it too. Yi Ju-shi hurriedly said, but the blush on his face didn't disappear. Hearing the Bao's sisters' words, Wu Yan's hands on their waists began to move. He gently stroked Yi Ju-shi's and Shi Xian's smooth backs. Recalling the feeling of their tongues and the softness of their bodies, he licked his lips and his eyes burned with passion. It's impossible to satisfy them. Without a doubt, the Bao's sisters' actions had aroused Wu Yan's passion. As he stroked their backs, he leaned over and whispered into their ears. Why don't we do something that should be done in a real adult's world? Something that should be done in a real adult's world. Although they didn't know what kind of world the adult's world was, the Bao's sisters instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat and they started to pant. That's exactly what I want. Yi Ju-shi was the first to speak with a red face. Let me give you a chance to swear your loyalty. Shi Dao. I agree. Shi Xian's eyes were still rippling. It was abnormally attractive. The third step is to let the other party do all the work after kissing. The meaning in her words was obvious. Wu Yan could do whatever he wanted. The passion in his heart swelled, causing Wu Yan's wine-red eyes to burn with passion. He stared at the two elven girls' flushed faces and sweaty skin. His hands moved and he wanted to touch them. Under the passion in his heart, even Wu Yan forgot that he was still in a corridor. Ugh. Being a teacher is really hard. I still have to patrol in the middle of the night. I wonder if everyone is asleep. The sound of footsteps and soft murmurs coming from the corner of the corridor instantly woke up the man and the two women who were about to engage in a hand-to-hand fight. The three of them reflexively looked towards the end of the corridor, and then, they saw it. On the floor, a torchlight and a shadow were slowly approaching them. Wu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. If the patrolling teachers saw him hugging two lost lambs and having a passionate conversation openly in the corridor, wouldn't he be in trouble? Then, Wu Yan carried the two girls in his arms and went in without hesitation. Why are there two bathrobes on the floor? The Bao's sisters who were hiding in the wardrobe just realized what was going on. They held their breaths for a moment but soon, they let out a small cry of surprise at the same time. It was all because a hand had suddenly climbed up their perfectly round bosoms and started to grope them. The two sisters' chest area was completely lost. Just as Yi Jia and Shi Xian were about to gasp for breath, a voice that was very close to them echoed from outside the wardrobe. It was filled with doubt. Was there a sound just now? Yi Jia and Shi Xian subconsciously pursed their lips when they heard that. They suppressed the joy that rose from the depths of their hearts. Even their delicate bodies began to tremble. Even though the wardrobe was dark and the Bao's sisters couldn't see what was going on inside, they could clearly feel that the hot hand was moving back and forth across their delicate bodies. It was caressing and pinching without restraint. The intense sensation caused the Bao's sisters to clamp their thighs together. However, that evil hand did not stop. Instead, it became more and more unrestrained. Just a moment ago, it was only sliding across their breasts, buttocks, and skin. Now, it was slowly sliding towards their thighs. The two elven girls widened their silver eyes. They wanted to call out, but the footsteps outside the wardrobe were still light. It meant that the patrolling teacher was still doing his job. In order to not be discovered by the patrolling teacher, Yi Jia and Shi Xian could only suppress their restlessness and cast a pleading look at Wu Yan. She didn't know if Wu Yan received her pleading gaze, but his fiery hands didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He continued to slide his hands towards the two girls' most important parts. In the next second, they lost control of their bodies. The Baowu sisters raised their heads and raised their hands to cover their mouths. They closed their eyes and completely accepted the other party's actions. The sound of soft panting echoed in the small wardrobe. Chapter 1158. Phew. With a spurt of energy, he laid down on the soft bed and exhaled lightly. He had a very comfortable expression on his face. It's like he just finished soaking in a hot spring. His face is full of contentment. But, just soaking in a hot spring wouldn't make him this happy. Only he knows that the reason he's feeling this good isn't just because of his body, it's also because of his mental state. Wu Yan was the only person in the room. There was only one bed in the room. This was obviously a single room. Originally, the students who came here to study would group up and choose to stay in the same room. Each room would have about 4 to 5 people. Wu Yan was the same at the start, sharing a room with a few boys in his class who he didn't know well but also didn't know well. However, on the way back, Xiaozhu's sensei sent him a message. She said that a single room in the hotel had been booked by someone else. She even said that the room was for him. A second before Wu Yan received the message, he was hiding in the closet in the hallway, having fun with Yigia and Yushin. Under such circumstances, receiving such an inexplicable message, no matter how dumb he is, he would be able to connect it to Ratatoskr. Coupled with the fact that the Baowu sisters mentioned a kind-hearted person, the mystery was solved. The person behind this was either Ling Yin or Kanazuki Kyuhei. When he thought of this, Wu Yan's fiery passion instantly cooled down to a freezing point as a thought flashed through his mind. Ratatoskr's people wouldn't broadcast what I did to the Baowu sisters on the big screen in the command room, would they? Ratatoskr wouldn't do something so immoral, but with Kanazuki Kyuhei's disgusting personality and Ling Yin's occasional black-belly behavior, Wu Yan couldn't completely rule out the possibility. Thus, he did it right there and then. Wu Yan sent the Baowu sisters back to their rooms. Then, without stopping, he went to take a cold shower and returned to this inexplicably extra single room. Looking at the cold ceiling, he recalled the events of the day. Even though he had just taken advantage of her, he still couldn't accept it. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel tired. His eyelids were heavy. He slowly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, just as his consciousness was about to fall into darkness, his phone rang. Suddenly, his phone rang, waking him up. Sigh. Wu Yan slapped his head and complained. It's already so late, who would call me? Kotori? She grumbled, but her hands swiftly picked up the phone. Hello. Hello. Is this Itsuka Shido? It's me. From the other side of the phone, an unusually sweet, stiff and nervous voice entered his ears. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he recalled who it was. This voice. Wu Yan tried his best to regain his consciousness as he answered weakly. Is this Meijio? Can you please not call my name so casually? The one who called was the elf with the ability to control voice, Temptress Meijio. Meijio took the initiative to call him, but she didn't hold back when she replied to him. Her attitude was as bad as usual. He didn't know if she noticed it, but when she said that, her tone sounded more like she was dissatisfied than annoyed. However, Wu Yan didn't notice the dissatisfaction in her voice. He's pretty much exhausted. Well, it's rare for you to contact me again, but I'm sorry, I'm too tired today. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Bye. As he spoke, Wu Yan moved the phone away and pressed the hang-up button. Huh. Wait. Wait a minute. On the other end of the phone, Meijio seemed to be a little surprised by Wu Yan's words, but she quickly called out. Why are you talking to yourself and trying to hang up the phone? Could it be that he was doing something shameful? Sure enough, men are dirty, filthy, and disgusting creatures. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I'm sure you're wrong. Wu Yan didn't have the energy to complain, so he could only say it directly. It's just that I'm too tired today, so I want to rest early, because of all kinds of things. All kinds of things? Meijio hesitated for a moment. After a while, she lowered her voice and asked hesitantly. Yes. What kind of things? Wu Yan muttered to himself. Since she turned into an elf, Meijio probably didn't have a friend she could really talk to in the past 6 months. Or rather, since she became famous under the stage name, Xiao Dai Yuno, Meijio probably couldn't find anyone she could really talk to. Perhaps, he could talk to her about it? Thinking of this, Wu Yan forced himself to be alert. Actually, I met 2 elves today. They were quite troublesome elves. Elves? Meijio's voice was full of surprise. All kinds of things you said, you mean meeting elves? More accurately, all kinds of things started with meeting the elven sisters. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. To put it simply, this pair of elf sisters were originally one elf, but due to some unknown reason, they split into 2. However, one day, they will reunite as one. When that time comes, only one of them will be able to survive. Thus, in order to decide who will survive, I was dragged into this matter, elves. Meijio's intoxicating voice became hazy when she heard Wu Yan's words. I wonder if they're cute. Wu Yan's face fell. He jumped up from the bed in annoyance. I'm talking business with you, how dare you think of such ideas? It seems like I should hang up. Wait. Meijio quickly coughed. Well, I understand the general situation. That's good. You're thinking of the elves, right? You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Wu Yan was angered to the point of laughter. Why do I have to think of Yejuya and Yejuxian? Yejuya and Yejuxian, what a cute name. When she said this, Meijio's voice was still full of sweetness, but the next sentence was full of malice. If you're not thinking of doing something to them, why are you so troubled over their matters? Wu Yan scratched his face. Part of it is because of Ratatosker's work, but most of it is because I feel pity for the elves. Pity? Meijio was stunned. Don't you think so? Wu Yan sighed. Elves are so kind and cute, they don't have any ill intentions, but because they can't control the space tremors when they appear in the outer realm, they have to be hunted down by others. They have supernatural powers, so they are treated differently. Isn't that pitiful? So, whether it's for Ratatosker or for my own reasons, I can't just sit back and watch. If possible, I want to save them. You. Wu Yan's voice was no longer as lazy as before, but rather serious. For some reason, Meijio panicked. What, he's just a man, why are you acting cool? Isn't it because he's a man that I'm acting cool? Wu Yan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. But, thank you for listening to me talk about these boring topics in the middle of the night. I feel much more energetic now. It's not that boring of a topic. I don't hate it, that's right. Meijio began to stammer and mumble. But he's just a man. Meijio stammered. Wu Yan asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Why are you stammering? Popular idol? You're nervous. Are you sure it's okay to go on stage? Nervous? Who's nervous? Meijio's voice became louder. I just don't want my cute voice to be tainted by a stinky man like you. Oh. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Yes. That's right. Meijio shouted angrily. So, hurry up and die. Idiot. After that, Meijio hung up the phone with a thud. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Wu Yan is speechless. Why did this seductress Meijio call me? Chapter 1159. The night passed, morning. The dazzling sun shone down, illuminating the beach that was cold due to the night. The beach sparkled with golden light, dazzling and dazzling. The waves of the blue ocean crashed onto the shore like an alarm clock, echoing rhythmically with the sound of splashing water. In a hotel not far from the beach, perhaps it was the call of the waves, or perhaps it was the call of the sun, but the noise gradually rose. Not long after, the door of the hotel opened. Following that, people wearing swimsuits and carrying beach balls, swimming rings, sunscreen, mats, and umbrellas ran out of the hotel one after another. They rushed to the beach with excitement on their faces. Among them, many were students and teachers of Lichon High School. Even Toka and Shirji were among them. They followed the large group of people and rushed to the beach happily. Today is the first day of the school trip. The Lichon High School students who had been looking forward to it since yesterday finally started their trip. It had to be said that the ocean was indeed a very attractive place for young people. Early in the morning, almost 90% of the tourists in the hotel had left and were all moving towards the ocean. Lichon High School was no exception. Basically, except for some old teachers, very few people would stay in the hotel. Of course, that is only the behavior of ordinary people. For a certain vampire ancestor who is a lazy person. Now is the time for real enjoyment, in one of the few single rooms in the hotel. There is one room, the temporary owner is sleeping soundly. He is not like the students of Lichon High School who went out early to play. Although he did not kick the quilt and did not drool, his comfortable sleeping face gave people a feeling of powerlessness. In the past, at this time, Kotori would knock on his door and use all sorts of methods to wake him up from his slumber. This time, only Lichon High School is here. Naturally, Kotori isn't here. Toka and Shirori, who were too engrossed in the sea, forgot about Wu Yen as well. Wu Yen had no one to disturb him. It was supposed to be like this. Shido, are you awake? Following the appearance of this voice, the door of the room was pushed open with a soft creak. Immediately, a young lady with long orange hair and watery silver eyes poked her head out of the door. She looked inside the room. His beautiful eyes quickly scanned the room. When he saw that there was no one else in the room except for the bed, he let out a sigh of relief. I am coming in, Yi-Jiya said cautiously as he walked into the room. Whether it was the way he spoke or his behavior, it was very different from the usual Chinibu. However, Yi-Jiya wasn't trying to hide it. But at this moment, this Yiju was the real Yiju. His Chinibu behavior in the past was because he felt like he had to be more dignified, so he forced himself to put on a facade. Now, there was no one else in the room except for a sleeping man. Even Shi-Xian, who had always been by his side, wasn't there. Naturally, Yi-Jiya wouldn't waste his energy to maintain a fake image. After closing the door, Yakuya lifted his chin and he raised an eyebrow at Wu Yen, who is still snoring away. Everyone is awake, but this guy is still sleeping, isn't he too lazy? While grumbling, Yakuya came to Wu Yan's side and he shook his body a little. Shido, get up, ugh. Wu Yan frowned when his sleep was interrupted. He waved his hand like he was swatting a fly and turned over. Please, Kotori, let me sleep for a while, Kotori? Who is that? Yi-Jiya tilted his head in confusion, but he shook Wu Yan impatiently. It's not Kotori. Shido. Get up. I have something important to discuss with you. Discuss. Wu Yan mumbled in a half-asleep state. Then we'll talk tomorrow, let me sleep for now, it's already tomorrow. Yi-Jiya shouted in annoyance. If you don't get up, I'm going to blow you away. Wu Yan mumbled and opened his eyes a little. Just when Yakuya thought Wu Yan was about to wake up, Wu Yan reached out and grabbed Yakuya, who was caught off guard. Then, he pulled Yakuya with all his might. Ah! Yi-Jiya cried out in shock. Before he could react, he was pushed onto the bed by an irresistible force. Wu Yan turned around and hugged Yi-Jiya tightly. He buried his head in Yi-Jiya's ear. Why don't you sleep with me too, ugh? Yi-Jiya felt a breath on his ear. It was an indescribable feeling. Yi-Jiya couldn't help but scream. His ears all turned red. Wait, don't blow into my ear, it feels weird. Yi Juya moaned, but her voice was as soft as cotton candy. If Wu Yan was awake and heard this, he might turn into a wolf. The special feeling in his ears and the weight on his body reminded him of the ripples in the wardrobe in the corridor last night. After his ears, his face turned red, and his body started to feel strange. This gave him a fright, and he immediately struggled to break free. Shido. Get up. Shido. You. Wu Yan mumbled and he rubbed his head against Yayajia's body. Why, is the bed moving? Who is the bed? Yi Juya raised her voice. When she saw Wu Yan still in a daze, she clenched her teeth. Enough is enough. A fierce gust of wind suddenly rose from Yakuya's body, howling through the entire room. Wu Yan woke up almost at the same time as the whirlwind. It's true that he likes to sleep in and he's the type that's hard to wake up. But that's only when there's no danger. If there's anything wrong, he'll instinctively wake up. Wu Yan unleashed a scorching magic power that spread out in all directions. The magic power smashed into the whirlwind and dispersed it. The culprit was also blown away by the magic power. She shrieked as she flew up to the ceiling. With a muffled thud, her head smashed heavily on the ceiling, making her dizzy and falling straight down. Wu Yan flinched when he saw this. He quickly caught Yakuya, who fell to the ground, and he hugged him tightly. It hurts. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes as he rubbed his head. He's seeing stars in front of his eyes, he looked quite pitiful. Wu Yan chuckled. What? I thought it was someone else. Hearing this, Yigisher's anger flared up. You, who do you think did this to? Ma, I don't know what's going on, but it's your fault for disturbing my sleep. Wu Yan yawned and he slapped Yakuya on the butt. Yakuya yelped in surprise. Alright, get up. If someone sees this, they'll think I'm going to push you down. Yakuya finally noticed that he's in Wu Yan's arms. Ignoring the fact that his butt is hurting from the slap, he hastily jumped off the bed and took a few steps away from Wu Yan. You actually dare to be rude to me? Do you want me to bestow death upon you? Yes. Wu Yan treated Yi Juya's scolding as a tsundere. He stretched lazily and looked at Yi Juya. Then, Your Highness, may I ask why you came to my room so early in the morning to cause trouble? If you don't give me a good explanation, your butt will suffer. Yakuya subconsciously covered his butt as he glared at Wu Yan. This consort has a very important matter to discuss with you today, so I'll forgive your rudeness. Something important? Wu Yan paused. He seemed to remember something and nodded. I understand. Then, without waiting for Yi Juya's response, Wu Yan changed the topic. However, let's wait for the other guest to come before we talk. This time, it was Yi Juya's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1160. In the hallway, Shi Xian was walking in a certain direction. Most of the rooms in the hotel were provided to Lai Chan High School. Now that the people from Lai Chan High School went out to play, there were not many people left in the hotel except for the staff. That was why Shi Xian was relieved. After all, she chose to come out at this time when Yi Juya was still asleep. She did not go out with Yi Juya because she could not know what was going to happen next. Even if there was a small chance that Yi Juya would find out, Shi Xian was not willing to take the risk. There were not many people in the hotel at this time. This gave Shi Xian a chance to avoid being noticed. Shi Xian's destination was Wu Yan's room. She wanted to discuss something with him. It was something very important to Shi Xian. It was the most important thing in her life. Shi Xian remained expressionless as she recalled the tiny and sorrowful wish in her heart. However, one of her hands was already tightly gripping the clothes at her chest. She continued to exert force. However, with every bit of strength she exerted, the tiny wish in Shi Xian's heart became a little more resolute. Her listless eyes also gradually focused. Cheer up, Shi Xian must cheer up. Next, I have to convince Shido. I can't back down here. After muttering these words, Shi Xian's footsteps began to speed up. She sped up and rushed to Wu Yan's room. Shi Xian's footsteps echoed in the quiet hallway. Her heartbeat rose and fell. Under such circumstances, Shi Xian arrived at Wu Yan's room and politely knocked on the door. Calling, "Is Shido there?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Xian heard two voices coming from inside the door at the same time. One of them was a cry of astonishment, the other was an extremely calm response. "Come in." Shi Xian was confused about the exclamation just now, but because she had something on her mind, she did not care. She did not seriously try to distinguish between the two voices. She pushed open the door and walked into the room. However, when Shi Xian saw the scene in the room and met a pair of eyes that looked exactly like hers, she was stunned. Shocked. Shi Xian? Shocked. Yi Juya? The two sisters looked at each other with their mouths wide open. His face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, neither of them had expected to be in this place at this time. They bumped into each other. This was also natural. For the sake of a certain thought in their hearts, the two sisters had deliberately chosen a time when the other had not yet woken up to find Wu Yan. Who would have thought that they would meet here? Shisherdao. Yi Juya turned his head stiffly and looked at Wu Yan with an uncertain expression. You, the other guest you spoke of, could it be Shi Xian? Shi Xian finally recovered from her shock and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing the two elf girls looking at him in confusion, Wu Yan let out a sigh and beckoned to Shi Xian. In any case, Shi Xian, come over here and have a seat. Shi Xian looked back and forth between Wu Yan and Yi Juya. Then, she walked over to Yi Juya and sat down on the bed with him. She looked at Wu Yan face to face. Her expression and eyes were very serious. Yi Juya and Shi Xian did not know why the other party would appear in Wu Yan's room at this time. However, looking at Wu Yan's expression, he seemed to know something. This made the two girls feel uneasy. When I saw Yi Juya coming to find me alone, I roughly knew that something was going to happen. His wine-red eyes slowly swept across the two different expressions on their faces. His eyes were calm, but Yi Ju and Shi Xian felt an unimaginable pressure on their bodies, causing them to instantly tense up. However, Wu Yan's next words caused their tense bodies to turn cold. You came to find me to sacrifice yourselves in exchange for the survival of another person, right? Yi Juya and Shi Xian sucked in a cold breath at the same time. Because he guessed what they were thinking? No. Not only that. It was also because of the other meaning in Wu Yan's words. You said that Shi Xian came to ask you to choose me? Stop joking. Excited, Yi Juya wants to sacrifice himself for Shi Xian. Shi Xian did not even think about it. Yi Juya and Shi Xian said these words almost at the same time. After they said it, they were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be, Shi Xian, you really, shocking, could it be that Yi Juya is also? They said the same thing at the same time again. This was a tacit understanding. One could not help but sigh at the fact that the two of them were sisters. However, the two of them were not happy at all. Instead, their faces darkened and their eyes were cold. That's right, the two of them chose to meet Wu Yan alone. They wanted to let Wu Yan choose the other side in the battle to determine the primary persona. They wanted to sacrifice themselves so that their sisters could live. There was only one reason why he would do this. Whether it was Yeju Shi or Shi Xian, both of them loved their sisters deeply. They loved each other so much that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other's survival. They had always hidden this matter in their hearts. No one knew about it, not even the person they loved. That was why they constantly quarreled with each other. Who would have thought that this sister of hers would be the same as her, planning to sacrifice herself? Stop joking around. A gust of wind rolled up from his body. Clenching his fists tightly, he glared at Shi Xian. It wasn't easy for me to give up my survival slot to you. You actually refute. Shi Xian's eyes flashed. A whirlwind appeared around her. Shi Xian never planned to survive. She should be the one to give up her survival slot. Impossible. Yi Juya could not help but become agitated when he heard Shi Xian's words. The real 8 dances must be held by the outstanding party, and only Shi Xian is qualified to hold the title of 8 dances, isn't that so? Refute. Shi Xian was expressionless, but her words were heavy and powerful. Yi Juya is the one who is truly qualified to be the Ba Wu. Shi Xian cannot compare to Yi Juya. You. Do you know how much effort I've put into losing to you in the past matches without leaving a trace? I'm so angry. Shi Xian is the one who put in all her effort. In order to lose the competition, she has been enduring. I didn't expect Yi Juya to do such a stupid thing. You are the one who is stupid. Refute. The stupid one is Yi Juya, not Shi Xian. As the two elven girls quarreled, a strong gust of wind blew in all directions with the two girls as the center. The wind grew stronger and stronger, gradually blowing some of the small furniture into the air. If this continued, the entire inn would be blown to smithereens by the sisters' quarrel. You too. Suddenly, an abnormally calm voice entered the ears of the Ba Wu sisters very clearly, covering up the sounds of the two arguing. The voice was soft and calm. However, when Yi Juya and Shi Xian heard this voice, they felt a chill in their hearts. Almost subconsciously, the two of them cut off the rising spirit energy and stopped the wind. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked to their side. They looked at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the bed with narrowed eyes and an expressionless face. It's about time, right? Shi Shao, Shi Dao. Yi Juya clenched his fists even tighter. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Wu Yan without hesitation. Shi Dao. You must choose Shi Xian. I refuse. This is not necessary. Shi Xian stared at Wu Yan. Choosing Yi Juya is the wisest choice. Shi Dao. Yi Juya seemed to understand that it was useless to continue quarreling with Shi Xian. He looked at Wu Yan with pleading eyes. Choose Shi Xian. If you choose Shi Xian, you can do what you did last night as many times as you want before I disappear. I object. Shi Xian should be the one saying that. Shi Xian lowered her voice. Her voice seemed to be pleading as well. If you choose Yi Juya, Shi Xian will satisfy all of your requests. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed deeply. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Follow me. The two elven girls were stunned. Where are we going? Don't ask. Wu Yan replied without turning his head. If you want a result, follow me. The two sisters looked at each other and lowered their heads. They followed Wu Yan out of the room. Chapter 1161. In the clear sky, 3 streaks of light flashed past like meteors. They flew past one after another at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. They passed through the clouds and the vast sky. The 3 streaks of light flew past. Their trajectories were very pleasing to the eye. They were even smoother than shooting stars. In just a short while, they all came to a corner in the sky and slowly slowed down. Finally, they stopped completely, revealing the 3 figures within them. Naturally, they were Wu Yan and the Ba Wu sisters. Wu Yan scanned his surroundings and he nodded in satisfaction when he confirmed that he couldn't see a single island or ship in his line of sight. Let's do it here. Yaguya and Shi Xian looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. You should tell us why you brought us here. Maybe because he confessed his feelings to Shi Xian, Yaguya no longer used those arrogant words. He frowned and looked at Wu Yan like a normal person. You said you can give us a result. Does that mean you already have a candidate for the primary personality? Yes. Shi Xian also wants to know. Shi Xian and Yaguya looked at each other with urgent eyes. Both of them stared at Wu Yan. I hope Shido can give us a result that will satisfy Shi Xian. The gazes of the 2 elven girls became sharper and more focused. At the same time, an indescribable sense of oppression began to reverberate in the surrounding air. Yaguya wanted Wu Yan to choose Shi Xian. He wanted to sacrifice himself so that Shi Xian could have a chance to live. Shi Xian wanted Wu Yan to choose Yaguya so that Yaguya could continue living. The 2 of them loved each other deeply. If Wu Yan chose them, then whether it was Yaguya or Shi Xian, Before Wu Yan can finish reciting his name, they will attack him with all their might without any hesitation. This was the determination in the hearts of the Baowu sisters. Unfortunately, their determination was nothing in front of Wu Yan. I did say to give us a result. He completely ignored the oppressive gazes of the Baowu sisters. Wu Yan looked at the sky and ocean and smiled. That's why I chose to come here. If I come here, I won't have to worry about hurting normal people or bringing about disasters. Hearing this, the Baowu sisters were stunned. They frowned. What do you mean? Do you want us to fight here? Yi Juya asked hesitantly. Do you want us to fight here? Yes. At the very least, you guys can't use the same duel to decide the outcome. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. You two look exactly the same even though your personalities and auras are different. In the eyes of a man who doesn't have a clear preference, I believe no one will be able to pick one of you. Coincidentally, I belong to this category. In my opinion, you two are very cute, so I can't give you a result in this seduction duel. Then there must be something wrong with your eyes. Yi Jia pouted unhappily and said without holding back. Anyone with eyes can see that Shi Xian is cuter. Picking Shi Xian is the right choice, right? Refute? That's the only thing Shi Xian will never agree to. Shi Xian turned around and looked at Yi Jia, her tone unusually clear. Yaguya is cuter. No way. It's Shi Xian. No. It's Yaguya. It's Shi Xian. It's Yaguya. Looks like you guys can't come up with an answer either. Wu Yan bitterly shook his head when he saw the two bickering. So, let's change the way we duel. Change the way we duel? The sisters stopped bickering and they looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with questions and questions. As expected, a duel should be settled by fighting. Wu Yan chuckled as the Yamato sisters watched him. If I'm here, I can do whatever I want. You really want us to fight here? Yaguya frowned. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. But I've fought with Shi Xian so many times, and we've never been able to determine a victor. You also said that we're one entity. When we split up, our strength is distributed very evenly. It's impossible to determine who's stronger and who's weaker, right? Wrong. That's what Shi Xian thinks too. Shi Xian nodded. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, if defeating Yi Jushi will allow Yi Jushi to survive, then Shi Xian will definitely win. That's my line. Yaguya glared at Shi Xian. Since that's the case, it's up to us to decide the victor. Agreed. I say. Just as the sisters were about to fight, Wu Yan sighed. Did you get something wrong? The two sisters were startled, and their bodies froze. Yes, I wanted you guys to fight, but I didn't want you guys to fight each other. Wu Yan grinned. He flashed away and he pulled away from Yakuya and Dushin. Like I said, you can do whatever you want here, and that includes me. Wu Yan laughed out loud as he spread his arms. There is only one thing for this duel, and that is to defeat me. Wah. Yakuya and Dushin looked at each other and they pointed at Wu Yan in a daze. Defeat you? You? That's right. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. At this moment, Yagoya and Yushin didn't feel as close and intimate as they used to from Wu Yan. There was only provocation. Since the two of you have fought each other so many times without a winner, why don't you change your opponent? Let me, a judge who can't choose one of you in terms of charm, choose one of you. Wu Yan looked at Yi Jia. Yi Jia, if you defeat me, you win. I will follow your request and choose Shi Xian. Shi Xian will become the main personality. Yi Jia's eyes lit up. Yukino. Wu Yan grinned when he saw Yukino. She looked like she had a profound grin on her face. Similarly, if you defeat me, then I will choose Yi Jushi and let Yi Jushi live. Shi Xian's half-closed eyes slowly opened, and a bright light gradually condensed in them. If neither of you can defeat me, you will become my slaves. You will do whatever I tell you to do. Wu Yan looked at the Yamato sisters and he laughed in a mocking manner. How about it? Do you accept? Slaves. The two sisters were stunned for a moment. Their brows, which had just loosened, furrowed again. You sure are arrogant. Yejuya sneered, his expression was unfriendly. You want us to be your slaves? Is there a problem? Wu Yan said matter-of-factly. Since I am also participating in this duel, I should get my share of the spoils if I win. What else do you have to offer other than yourselves? Yi Juya and Shi Xian choked. Fine. I agree. Yi Juya was the first to make the decision, and a proud smile appeared on his face. I just want to defeat you. I agree. Shi Xian nodded and glanced at Yi Juya. If I can't defeat Shido and let Yi Juya live, Shi Xian will become his slave. Wu Yan's smile got brighter and brighter when he heard the sisters. His eyes are brimming with confidence. Then, come at me. His thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave and it engulfed the entire area. Come and defeat me. A smile appeared on Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian's faces as well, and then their pupils narrowed as an extremely dense wind pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. Their bathrobes were torn to shreds and scattered in the air. Shocking wind currents surrounded them and gradually turned into light particles. When the light particles dimmed, Yi Juya and Shi Xian were wearing Ba Wu's unique spiritual equipment, revealing purple and blue tight-fitting clothes. There were also shackles on their limbs and necks. The sky darkened. Chapter 1162. A wild storm suddenly appeared in the boundless clear sky, instantly enveloping the entire area. The waves began to roll and the sky began to howl. A thick layer of dark clouds appeared without any warning and spread along with the wind. Not long after, the sky changed completely. As if a storm was approaching, the sky was covered by dark clouds. The sea was violently moving up and down. The wind and waves wreaked havoc in the air. Even the air was suffocating, as if it was the end of the world. Even though it was just the power of two young girls near the middle of the 8th rank, they were able to affect the weather. This was something that not even 9th rank or demigod rank powerhouses in the Spalier world could do. And this was also due to the unique nature of the elves. Just like vassal beasts, elves were synonymous with destruction and power. In the thick layer of dark clouds, Wu Yan slowly floated up and down. He looked at Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian who were smiling confidently in front of him and chuckled. Even though Wu Yan had exchanged blows with the two girls the first time they met, it was only a sudden attack. In the eyes of Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian, he was only slightly stronger than a normal human and magician. There was no way he could compare to them, right? Furthermore, the two sisters were still holding back and didn't go all out. Therefore, to put it bluntly, Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian didn't even put him in their eyes. At the very least, in terms of battle, the two of them didn't even look Wu Yan in the eye. What's wrong? Not going to attack? Wu Yan taunted her. You won't be able to scare me if you keep standing there. Seems like you're very confident, Shido. Yi Ju Shi couldn't stand provocation and said sarcastically, Shido, you don't look like an ordinary human. But if you want to fight against us elves, you're still far from it. Persuade him. Shido is the closest person to Shi Xian other than Yi Ju Shi. Shi Xian doesn't want Shido to be hurt. Shi Xian said. So, if it's possible. Shi Xian hopes that Shidao will admit defeat. If you admit defeat, don't even think about it. Wu Yan shrugged. He hooked his finger at Yi Juya and Shi Xian. Since you're so confident, then hurry up and attack. It doesn't matter who you are. As long as she can defeat me in the final blow, then the winner will be her. Hearing this, the smiles on Ye Ju Shi and Shi Xian's faces slowly disappeared, and their expressions became tense. I'm sorry, Shidao. For Shi Xian, I won't be merciful. With that, Ye Juya raised his shackled right hand. Respond. Shi Xian must also use her full strength for the sake of Ye Juya. Shi Xian raised his shackled left hand. The frenzied storm swept up Ye Ju Shi and Shi Xian's raised arms and pulled them back like a vortex. Hurricane Knight, Raphael, penetrator, Ilrim. Following Yi Juya's shout, the wind around his arm exploded. Then, Yi Juya forcefully waved his right hand. On his right shoulder, a cold mechanical wing whizzed out and attached itself to Yi Juya's right shoulder. Starting from Yi Juya's right shoulder, a glinting metallic gauntlet slowly appeared on his right arm. At the same time, an enormous crimson conical spear that was slightly taller than Yi Juya appeared. Echo, almost at the same time, the wind around Shi Xian's left hand exploded and formed the same cold mechanical wing. However, this time, it was on her left shoulder. Hurricane Knight, Raphael, Binder, Alnahash. Her left arm was also covered by a similar gauntlet, firmly binding Shi Xian's left hand. The crisp sound of chains rubbing against each other reverberated around Shi Xian's body. Immediately after, Shi Xian's gauntlet-covered left hand gripped onto a chain with a diamond-shaped blade at the front. Its appearance was like a spirit pendulum used for detection. Yeju Shi and Shi Xian raised their heads and looked at Wu Yan, who's calm and composed. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. In order to protect their beloved sisters, Yeju Shi and Shi Xian, they're going all out. As long as they don't harm Wu Yan's life, they won't show any mercy. Even if Wu Yan is heavily injured. Very well, seeing how the Baowu sisters are willing to use their angel, despite looking down on him, Wu Yan sighed at the importance they place on each other. He also put on a serious expression. Even though he's not as determined as the Baowu sisters, Wu Yan has his own principles. If it was said that the Baowu sisters had defeated him in order to let their other selves survive, then he was going all out in order to let both of them survive. It was also because of this that he proposed such a method to continue the duel between the two. Otherwise, with how much the Baku sisters valued each other, a single sentence from Wu Yan wouldn't be enough to make them stop fighting and willingly seal their spiritual power. It's not that the Baowu sisters don't trust Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan and the sisters have only known each other for a short period of time, after last night's intimate interaction, how can Yeju Shi and Shi Xian treat Wu Yan as a stranger? Just as Shi Xian said, other than themselves, Wu Yan is the closest person to them. However, this relationship is nothing compared to their feelings for each other. In Yeju Shi and Shi Xian's hearts, no one is more important than them. Thus, even if it was Wu Yan who said it, when it comes to the safety of the other party, the sisters wouldn't accept it so easily. Wu Yan can no longer convince them. He can use his actions to prove that he has the ability to keep both of them alive. That's all. Slowly closing his eyes, the magic power in his body surged out like a heat wave. The heat wave of magic power engulfed the heaven and earth in an even more tyrannical manner than the surrounding gales. Wu Yan's body was dyed with the grandeur of a god. When Wu Yan opened his eyes again, his wine-red pupils have turned into a noble gold. Even though I don't dare to say that I won't show mercy, but Yeju Shi, Shi Xian, for once, I'm going to be serious. As those words echoed through the surroundings, an extremely terrifying pressure descended on Yeju Shi and Shi Xian without any explanation. It made their shoulders sink, and their hearts trembled. Their pupils suddenly narrowed. What is this? Feeling the mighty pressure from Wu Yan's body, Yeju Shi's face was filled with shock. Shocking. The determination in Shi Xian's eyes has completely turned into wavering. Her expression became uncertain. This situation is different from what I imagined. Looking at the Baowu sisters' faces filled with disbelief, Wu Yan's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly extended one of his hands, scorching magical power surged. As if it received some kind of command, it flowed into Wu Yan's hand. It coiled up and circled around his outstretched arm like a coiling dragon. It gathered in the palm of Wu Yan's hand and formed a golden magical formation. Grabbing the golden magical formation, Wu Yan raised it above his head and raised it towards the sky. Then, the Baowu sisters saw, the palm-sized golden magical formation suddenly rippled and shot out from Wu Yan's hand like a cannonball. It shot into the sky and into the pitch-black clouds above. In the next instant, the golden magical formation imprinted itself into the clouds. It rotated and reverberated. In just a moment, it expanded to a radius of a few hundred meters. A terrifying aura was brewing in the golden magical formation, causing the hairs on Yeju Shi and Shi Xian's bodies to stand on end. Following that, A soft voice that sounded like it was talking in a dream spread out in the cold air and the wild storm, Eolus wind. In the sky, the magical formation's light suddenly expanded and shone brightly. A tornado formed by golden wind, with the magical formation as the source, descended from the sky and fell towards Yeju Shi and Shi Xian. Under the horrified gazes of the two, it instantly enveloped their bodies. Boom! The glowing tornado connected the sky and the ocean like a pillar supporting the sky. It shattered the dark clouds in the sky, and the waves in the ocean were boiling hot. Chapter 1163. The sky is dark, the sea is dark as well. In this dark world, the golden tornado that connected the sky and the sea is extremely dazzling. The clouds had already begun to spin rapidly like a black hole under the sweeping of the golden tornado. The ocean also churned with a huge whirlpool that was more than 1,000 meters in radius. The rolling thick water was sucked up. Carried by the tornado, it gradually mixed into it and filled the huge tornado at a speed visible to the naked eye. A waterspout that emitted a golden light and connected the sky and the sea. This scene could be called a wonder of the world. Unfortunately, no one was able to capture this scene. Even if they managed to capture it, no one would believe that this scene was caused by a human. Of course, it wasn't wrong to call it a miracle. After all, this is a spell based on the Greek god of wind, Aeolus. Even if it couldn't be said to be the true power of God, it was more than enough to decorate the wind of Aeolus with miracles or divine skills. With the hurricane spirit as his opponent, Wu Yan can't help but use the Aeolus wind. He wants to obtain victory and also to let Yeju Shi and Shi Xian witness the true power of a mythical wind. The dark clouds in the sky swirled into a black hole. The sea turned into a whirlpool. The magic formation that maintains the Aeolus wind seems to have run out of power. The magic light is gradually weakening. The magic fluctuation started to dissipate. The golden light dimmed and the magic formation started to shrink. The Aeolus wind that was mixed with seawater also started to shrink along with the magic formation in the sky. Even the whirlpool became weaker. Only when the magic formation in the clouds disappeared did the Aeolus wind completely dissipate. What was left on the scene was only a black hole cloud that maintained its shape and a vortex that was gradually subsiding. The water flow that was brought into the Aeolus wind had lost its supporting force and was now following the law of gravity. It fell heavily into the sea. It created a waterfall-like scene. Wu Yan, who was floating in the air, retracted his hand. His golden eyes looked around the area that had calmed down. Then, his gaze stopped in a certain direction. There. Yeju Shi and Shi Xian, whose spiritual attire was somewhat disheveled, were panting heavily. One of them held a dark red, conical, needle-shaped spear known as the Ilrim. A spirit pendulum holding a chain called El-Naash had a pale face. However, the two of them did not suffer much damage. As for Wu Yan, he shrugged his shoulders as if he had expected this. To be able to dodge at such a crucial moment in such a situation, that's not bad, that is only natural. As usual, he spoke in an arrogant tone. However, his tone was somewhat weak. The smile on his face was filled with helplessness. Clearly, dodging the attack at the most crucial moment had consumed a lot of energy. We are the fairies of Ba Wu and the witches of Hurricane. In terms of movement speed and movement range, no fairy can compare to me and Shi Xian. Replenish. Dusk Cord immediately had the rhombus-shaped blade of El-Naash float in front of her as she prepared to defend herself. The confidence in her eyes from the beginning was long gone. It was indeed very dangerous just now. If Yeju Shi and Shi Xian didn't summon the angel, we wouldn't have been able to dodge it. If that had happened, I wouldn't have used such a dangerous move. Wu Yan shrugged. He looked at the two fairies in front of him. Even though the power unleashed by the Aeolus wind just now is not comparable to my full strength, it was still unleashed with the premise of knocking all of you down. To be able to remain unscathed under this move, as expected of all of you, not perfectly fine, I am so tired that I am about to die. Yakuya took a deep breath and he calmed himself down. He looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. I didn't think you would be this strong. Shido, are you really human? Oh. Do you want to know? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. Don't worry, when you become my slaves, I will tell you everything, no. Shi Xian tightened her grip on the pendulum chain. Her silver eyes kept fluctuating. Although I don't hate you, Shido, and it's good to stay with Yi Zhu Shi, if I become your slave, I won't be able to decide who my master is. I can't accept that. That's right, only one of us can survive. If we both become your slaves, it'll be meaningless. Yejuya gritted his teeth and raised the giant spear in his hand. Surges of air began to swirl around the tip of the spear, gathering into a gust of wind. Of course, if Shidao is willing to choose Shi Xian, I can be your slave before I disappear. On the other hand, Shi Xian also has the same idea. Shi Xian asked with some hope. I hope you can choose Yi Zhu Shi and make Shi Xian your slave before you disappear. Idiot, don't copy me. Ignore? That's because Yi Zhu Shi is too stupid. He won't listen to anyone. Aren't you the same? No. Shi Xian listened to every word that Yi Zhu Shi said seriously, but Shi Xian didn't agree with him. I'm the same. No, don't copy Shi Xian. Even if it's Yi Zhu Shi, Shi Xian won't back down on this. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two sisters bickering like there's no one around. If this was on the battlefield, you two would have died many times over by now. Wu Yan grinned at the two identical faces in front of him. In any case, let's end this battle first. I have my own considerations. I'm your notary after all. If I don't have any skills, it'll be inexcusable. Yoroshi and Yuxian tensed up when they heard him. They looked at Wu Yan and they yelled at the same time. Ilrim. A huge spear was placed in front of Yi Zhu Shi. The tip of the spear gathered the surrounding air and condensed it into a violent wind. Under Yi Zhu Shi's control, the spear shot out like a crossbow towards Wu Yan. Attack, El Nahash. Shi Xian raised his hand, and the spirit pendulum of the chain spirit pendulum swam around him like a spirit snake. Then, a sharp gust of wind swept up the diamond-shaped blade at the front, and it whistled through the air as it shot forward. Too naive. Wu Yan looked at the violent storm and the sharp whirlwind rushing towards him. He activated the mana on his body. The mana flow turned into a shockwave. With Wu Yan as the center, the shockwave blasted out in all directions. The shockwave collided with the two destructive gusts of wind and it dissipated with a bang. Ha! The incoming wind was neutralized and what entered Wu Yan's eyes were two streaks of light shooting towards him. The giant spear and the rhombus-shaped sword pierced through the air and with a sonic boom, they pierced towards Wu Yan's chest. It's not that easy. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He shot out his hands as if he's trying to grab a lance or a pendulum. A golden magic formation flashed on his arm. Then, a small golden ripple appeared on his hand as he went for the angel's attack. The ripple spun and leaped up into the air. In the next second, several different gusts of wind collided with each other. Boom! The strong wind pressure surged out in all directions, instantly blowing away the surrounding clouds. They were like sharp blades that pierced through the air, attacking either the clouds or the ocean below. Wherever they passed, even space would be stirred up with waves that no one knew about. As if he was holding two small golden tornadoes, Wu Yan compressed the Aeolus wind into his hands and fiercely clenched them on Yezhu Shi and Shi Xian's angels. The four gusts of wind collided with each other, causing sparks to fly. Yezhu Shi and Shi Xian gritted their teeth and continued to pour their spiritual energy into the angels to replenish the gusts of wind that were in a stalemate. The gusts of wind grew larger and larger, and the force of their attacks became more and more violent. Sensing the two elven girls' gusts of wind that were in a stalemate with the Aeolus wind, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Waves of mana surged and surged into the small golden tornadoes. Boom! Suddenly, the Aeolus wind expanded and instantly scattered the gusts of wind on the Baowu sisters' angels. Wah! The Baowu sisters were shocked. Chapter 1164. The wind that covered the tip of the Ilrim spear and the rhombus-shaped blade of the El-Nahash was easily dispersed by the wind of Aeolus, revealing their original forms. Since Yeju Shi and Shi Xian were spirits of the wind, their angels were naturally angels of the wind as well. Without the ability to control the wind, the Ilrim and Elnahash were merely weapons that were slightly stronger than the typical display device used to attack. Their might was greatly reduced. Therefore, after dispersing the wind on the two angels, Wu Yan easily grabbed the sharp spear and the sword with his bare hands and pulled them towards him. Explode. Aeolus wind. Tiny golden tornadoes howled as they surged out from the two hands. Bang, bang. Yeju Shi and Shi Xian only felt a sharp pain in their abdomens. Immediately after, two domineering thrusts were applied to their bodies without any explanation, sending them flying like bullets. Whoosh, two identical sounds of something breaking through the air overlapped into one, echoing through the dark clouds. Yejuya and Shi Xian's figures flew backwards at a speed invisible to the naked eye like two jets, tearing through the clouds and the air pressure. By the time they stabilized themselves and floated back up, Wu Yan's figure was already a tiny dot in their field of vision. They couldn't even see him clearly. What a strong wind. Yeju Shi rubbed his aching abdomen with a bitter smile. I thought no one in this world could compare to us when it comes to controlling the wind. I didn't expect Shido to be able to use such a strong wind. Is he even human? Heavy, heavy. Shido didn't use his full strength just now. Shi Xian looked at Yeju Shi. The wind just now. If Shido's wind was as strong as it was at the start, then Yejuya and Shi Xian would have already lost. Ah! Who on earth was that guy? How can he be so strong? Yejuya's face was filled with disbelief. At first, I thought that I would be able to win easily. This went on. Forget about winning. It's very likely that we will all lose. I can't accept this. Shi Xian can still fight. Shi Xian vigorously swung the spirit pendulum in her hand, her watery silver eyes fixed on the small dot in front of her. Shi Xian must win. But it goes on like this. There is no way we can win against Shido, he is too strong. Shi Xian was supposed to be the calm one, but at this moment, it was the impulsive and arrogant Yejuya who calmed down first. Looking at the almost invisible dot in front of him and then at Shi Xian, who was staring at the dot beside him, Yegeisha hesitated for a moment. Hey, Shi Xian, do you want to use that? Shi Xian paused, then she thought of something and frowned. I have a question, do we really want to use that? Other than that, we have no other way to defeat Shido. Yegeisha pursed his lips and sighed. But if he uses that and really wins, who will be considered the winner? Shi Xian pondered for a moment before looking up. I suggest that with Shido's strength, even if we use that, we might not be able to force him to leave the stage. At most, we will injure him and then add in the final blow. Whoever adds in the final blow will win, right? Yejuya finally laughed out loud. Very well, let's do that. Let's do that. The two elven girls looked at each other, they smiled and nodded at each other. Then, Yegeisha extended his right hand and Shi Xian extended her left hand towards each other. They clasped their hands together. In the next instant, Yegeisha and Shi Xian's spirit equipment and angel shone with a dazzling light. In the distance, Wu Yan, who was waiting for the Baowa sisters to attack, saw the sudden flash of light. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Finally decided to work together? Wu Yan murmured, his face filled with joy. Now this is interesting. As he spoke, a crimson spatial ripple appeared behind him. As if pushing something, a beautiful black crystal bow appeared and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Starlight gradually shone on the beautiful longbow as it reverberated in the air. On the other side, the wings on Yejuya's right shoulder and Shi Xian's left shoulder merged together, twisting and transforming into a cold bow. The spirit chain pendulum twirled and wrapped around the bow, turning into a bowstring that shone with a metallic luster. Yeju Shi placed his spear on the bowstring of the spirit pendulum and placed it in the center of the Wuji winged bow. This time, Yeju Shi reached out his left hand while Shi Xian reached out her right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As for the shackled hands that were covered by the gauntlets, from the left and right sides of the gauntlet, they were simultaneously pulled to the strings made of chains. With a slight tug, they were pulled to the limit and aimed at the small dot in front of them. Now, I can't stop even if I want to. Yageisha forced a smile. He recalled the man who caressed his body last night and his expression froze. Please don't die, Shido. Yejusher and Shixian glanced at each other in tacit understanding. Then, they looked forward at the same time. The huge spear spun at the fastest speed possible, creating a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Hurricane Rider, Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf. Their light voices resounded through the air. The two of them resolutely let go of the bowstrings and shot the huge spears that had turned into sharp arrows towards the front. A strong wind pressure that the two of them had never used and were unable to use spread out in all directions. It rushed forward like a huge wave and swept out in all directions. The dense wind pressure swirling around the arrow continued to move forward with a screeching sound. A power even more terrifying than the Aeolus wind from the very beginning fluctuated around the arrow. Wu Yan could clearly sense the fluctuations coming from the rotating arrow. In his golden eyes, the sharp tip of the spinning arrows was reflected in them. As his pupils shrank, it got closer and closer. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes a little. In his hand, the meteor knight met the arrows. Specks of starlight gathered on the meteor knight and condensed into an arrow that emitted starlight. Looking at the approaching sky racer, Elkanaf, Wu Yan let go of his hand. The dazzling meteor blossomed in the dark sky, the wild and violent enormous arrow and the beautiful arrow of flowing light cut through the air and flew past. Wherever they passed, the atmosphere shook and the cloud layer disappeared. The storm was directly broken apart, turning into a vacuum zone. The two collided together in front of the three pairs of eyes present. Heaven and earth fell silent. Then, boom, it was as if a planet had exploded, and an extremely dazzling strong light flashed between heaven and earth, enveloping every corner of the scene. In the dark horizon, it was as if the sun had fallen, and a sound wave that was enough to form a large-scale typhoon blew up like ripples and spread out in all directions. A huge hole appeared in the clouds that covered the entire sky under this impact, revealing the blue sky inside. The originally undulating ocean was like magma erupting from a volcano, crazily shaking, forming a vast ocean tide that surged in all directions. Yi Juya and Shixian were caught off guard by the dazzling light and their vision was taken away. They screamed and hurriedly blocked in front of their eyes. At the same time, the impact of the sound wave hit their bodies and sent them flying again. However, before the Baowu sisters could fly far, a figure suddenly appeared behind them and pressed down on each of their shoulders to stabilize them. However, the Baowu sisters didn't feel happy or grateful at all. That was probably because the hand that was helping to stabilize their bodies and resting on their shoulders was also fluctuating with a dense magic power. Chapter 1165. The clouds slowly dissipated, returning the sky to its original clear state. Warm golden light sprinkled over the calm ocean, creating a monotonous aurora. It was like a clear sky after a rain. Both Yejusher and Duskcord hovered in the air, holding the split angel in their hands. Their delicate bodies stiffened as they sensed the hand on their shoulders that pulsed with dense mana. Their expressions rapidly changed, and they were unable to recover from their daze for a long time. Both Yejusher and Shixian understood. If they made any strange movements, then the hand on their shoulders could strike them before they could even move, causing them to lose their ability to fight. In other words, from the moment this hand landed on their shoulders, the two sisters had already lost. They lost this duel. No one could choose who would get the chance to live. The moment they thought of this, Yi Juya and Shixian's eyes began to waver. Their eyes even lost focus, appearing somewhat hollow. Wu Yan didn't see this scene. He used a teleportation magic to appear behind the Baku sisters and capture them. However, he could guess what happened if he wanted to. However, he didn't react at all. He even had a faint smile on his face. You lost. Lost. These two simple words made the Baowu sisters, who had been in a daze, come back to their senses. Their expressions became extremely agitated. Stop joking. Yejusher ignored the hand on his shoulder that could attack at any time. He struggled free, turned around, and thrust his spear at Wu Yan's chest. How can we lose? Shi Xian didn't say a word. She gritted her teeth and struggled free from Wu Yan's hand. She swung her sword and the diamond-shaped blade mercilessly struck at Wu Yan. Clearly, the sisters couldn't accept their loss. Becoming Wu Yan's slave was secondary. The key was they couldn't fight for the chance to let their sisters live. This was the only thing they couldn't accept. Wu Yan seemed to have expected this. His golden eyes glanced at the giant spear and pendulum that were covered in wind. He waved his hand. A gust of golden wind blew. It easily blew away the wind flowers on the two angels. The Baowu sisters were blown a distance away. The Baowu sisters' attacks couldn't even last a second. Even though they expected this, they still clenched their teeth. However, the two women still clenched their teeth tightly. Their hands that were holding the angel had already turned white. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that Wu Yan had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, with the strength that Wu Yan had displayed, he could have defeated them in a single blow. Even the trump card that the two of them used together couldn't do anything to the other party. They couldn't even cause any damage to the other party. The goddess of victory would never stand by their side in such a situation. Even though they knew this, the Baowu sisters couldn't admit defeat. This is meaningless. This duel. Yi Juya lowered his head. His voice was trembling. There's no way to let Shi Xian live. This duel is meaningless. It's complicated. Shi Xian can't accept this. Shi Xian shook her head. She raised and lowered the angels in her hands. Her eyes dimmed. She was struggling. Seeing the Baowu sisters' depressed appearance, Wu Yan sighed. He couldn't bear to see them like this. This pair of adorable elf sisters might really have been cursed. They loved each other deeply. Fate played a joke on them. For the sake of that illusory main personality, they fought until now. They just found out how important they were to each other. However, only one of them could survive. If one were to say that the elves who possessed power and unknowingly brought calamity to this world and were hunted down were pitiful existences, then no other elf would suffer more than this pair of sisters. If they didn't die, the other would die. It was too cruel. Luckily, Wu Yan ran into them before the outcome of the battle was decided. No matter what, you have lost this duel. You have to abide by the rules and follow my lead. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I tell to live, you have to live. Like a villain, Wu Yan ignored the sisters' low spirits and looked at them with a meaningful look. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, I can't do anything about it. After all, the choice has always been in your hands. The Baowu sisters fell silent when they heard this. Take me as your master. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I allow to live, you have to live. These words echoed in their hearts. The Baowu sisters' expressions kept changing. They were filled with hesitation. No matter who it was, they would react the same way if they were forced to become someone else's slave. They might even go back on their word, let alone a powerful elf. However, after hesitating for a while, Shi Xian raised her head. The hesitation on her face turned into determination. She actually replied. Of course. Shi Xian will follow the rules of the duel. Follow my lead. Shi Xian. Yi Juya was shocked when he heard Shi Xian's reply. Even Wu Yan was surprised. He couldn't use the excuse he had prepared. Instead, he asked with uncertainty. Are you sure? Yes. Shi Xian nodded heavily. She stared at Wu Yan with narrowed eyes. Yes, Shi Xian is serious. So, please tell Shi Xian what I can do to satisfy you. If Shi Xian can do it, I hope you can let Yi Juya become the master. What are you saying? I don't agree. Yi Juya's expression changed. He turned to Wu Yan. All right. I have decided to follow your lead. I will do my best to serve you. When the time comes, you must choose to let Shi Xian live. Oh. Wu Yan chuckled, it's a joyful laugh. In other words, you both agree? The Bao's sisters nodded heavily. There was no longer any hesitation in their eyes. Maybe, for them, Wu Yan is just another way to change the format of today's duel. What they need to do now is to win Wu Yan's favor and get him to agree to their demands. Only then will they be able to win this duel and save the other one. It was that simple. That's good. How could Wu Yan not understand their thoughts when he met their determined eyes? However, he had more or less achieved his goal. Now then, let's give the first order. Wu Yan tapped the air in front of him a few times. Then, 2 red and 2 white bracelets appeared and landed in his hands. Wu Yan tossed the 2 red bracelets to the Yamato sisters as he said, I have some doubts about whether you will be loyal to me, so I will add some restraints. Wu Yan pointed at the 2 red bracelets as the Bao sisters hurriedly took them. They have the effect of sealing your strength. Wearing them will seal your strength in the future. Only I can remove this seal. Moreover, I won't be able to remove it for the rest of my life. I won't be able to remove it by any means. In that case, the right to use your strength will be in my hands. Hey, what do you mean? Yi Jia frowned. His expression gradually turned to one of dissatisfaction. Since we said we will follow you, we will not go back on our words. I agree. Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan with displeasure. Shi Xian thought she had become good friends with Shido. I didn't expect Shido to not trust us. Ma, trust is secondary. I just felt like you girls needed it, so I gave it to you. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw the sisters' unfriendly expressions. He met their eyes. After all, if you put them on, once I seal your spiritual energy, you will completely turn into an ordinary person and no longer have the body of an elf. Naturally, the concept of returning to one body will no longer exist. Among ordinary humans, I have never heard of 2 people suddenly merging and becoming one. Wu Yan muttered these words into the Bao's sisters' ears. In an instant, the displeasure on the sisters' faces disappeared. What replaced it was an intense change. Even their hearts began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 1166. Become an ordinary person? Don't need to return to their original form? In other words, both of them can survive? When they thought of this, Yi Jia and Shi Xian tightened their grip on the sealing bracelet. However, they couldn't help but tremble. Then, as if they were afraid of losing the bracelet, they grabbed it with their other hand and held it tightly. Seal our spiritual energy and become an ordinary person. Yi Jia's eyes rippled when he felt the cold sensation of the sealing bracelet in his hand. I hope we don't need to return to our original form. Shi Xian couldn't help but stare at the red bracelet in her hand. If the 2 of them could really survive, how wonderful would that be? Hope rose in their hearts. Yi Jia and Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan in unison. They were anxious and nervous, but they couldn't help but ask in anticipation. Really? As long as I wear it, I can seal my spiritual energy and become an ordinary person to live with Shi Xian? Yes, Shi Xian also hopes to be with Yi Jia forever. When he heard the Bao's sisters finally revealed their innermost thoughts, a gentle smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He pretended to be nonchalant and shrugged. Who knows? I'm just making an insurance. Let's see if you dare to try it, if it was someone else. After learning about the effects of the sealing bracelet and confirming its authenticity and receiving such an answer, then wanting to wear the sealing bracelet was definitely a fool's dream. After all, only when the wearer understood the ability of the sealing ring and willingly put it on would the wearer be able to wear it. In other words, if the wearer had even the slightest bit of resistance, the sealing bracelet would not be worn. However, the Bao's sisters were different, even though getting such an ambiguous answer made them feel doubtful, but compared to this little bit of doubt, in her heart, the hope of surviving together with her sisters was far ahead of her. Moreover, Wu Yan's earth-shattering strength was something the Bao's sisters could only look up to. Then, the effect of this pair of bracelets had increased by quite a bit. Perhaps, with his strength, was it really possible to seal his spiritual energy? When this thought flashed through their minds, the hope in Yi Juya and Shi Xian's hearts grew bigger and bigger until they couldn't hold it in anymore. The two elven girls reflexively raised the red sealing bracelet and put it on their wrists. In the next instant, the two red bracelets were put on their wrists. Under the Baowu sisters' watchful eyes, the bracelets expanded and shrunk until the size matched the two elven girls' wrists. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan felt like a boulder has been lifted off his chest as he laughed out loud in satisfaction. The sealing bracelet's conditions was very strict. However, once no one could take it off. Now that the Baowu sisters had put on the sealing bracelets, the matter was over. After putting the two white sealing bracelets that formed a pair with the red sealing bracelets of the Baowu sisters onto the sealing bracelets on his wrists, the two sealing bracelets flashed with a faint light and merged into the sealing bracelets on his wrists. At the same time, on the sealing bracelet that originally had 5 red veined patterns, another 2 red veined patterns slowly emerged from the bracelet and lined up with the other 5 red veined patterns as they were engraved on the sealing bracelet. Subsequently, a phenomenon suddenly appeared on the Baowu sisters in front of him. The Wuji wings on their left and right shoulders gradually disappeared. Along with them, the Baowu sisters' armors and the angels in their hands disappeared as well. This is... Yi Juya and Shi Xian looked at the changes on their bodies in shock. They could clearly feel the elven energy in their bodies gradually condensing and sinking into the depths of their bodies at a frightening speed. They were turning into ordinary people step by step. When the Baowu sisters noticed this, disbelief and ecstasy appeared on their faces at the same time. However, in the next moment, the disbelief and ecstasy turned into shock and panic. That was because, along with the disappearance of the spiritual energy and the angel, the revealing skin-tight clothes on their bodies actually turned into specks of light and completely disappeared, exposing their smooth and delicate bodies to the air. Then, the Baowu sisters, who had completely turned into ordinary people, fell down. The two girls didn't even have time to cover up their exposed bodies. Without the support of their spiritual energy, they couldn't help but fall from the air and scream. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. He immediately used spatial transfer and appeared below the Baowu sisters in an instant. He caught the two girls who were falling freely into his arms. His ears were almost deafened by their screams. Really? Looking at the panic on the Baowu sisters' faces, Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I forget that we're still in the air? I thought we were dead for sure. Yi Juya hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly. For the first time, he felt that the sky was such a scary place. However, Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and continued to size him up. Her delicate body trembled slightly and her expression was somewhat excited. Wow, the spirit energy really was sealed, it's true. It's true. Yi Juya sensed his body and confirmed that he didn't have any spiritual energy. He couldn't even sense his spiritual equipment or his angel. Tears began to well up in his eyes. If this is the case, we can live together, right? Definitely. Shi Xian nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. To be able to live together with Yi Juya, it feels like a dream. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Wu Yan smiled as he patted the excited Baowu sisters in his arms. I still have to introduce you to my family. If you continue to be so excited, you'll lose your composure. It's those mortals' honor to be able to meet me. The excitement on Yi Juya's face slowly dissipated. He spoke in a proud tone, but the smile on his face was more beautiful than ever. She exchanged glances with Shi Xian and the two of them revealed beautiful smiles. Then, they looked at Wu Yan with a gentle look in their eyes. Since you're our master, let's go meet your family. Agreed. Shi Xian also wants to meet master's family. Ha. Wu Yan laughed helplessly. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. Seeing the helpless smile on Wu Yan's face, Yeluya and Shi Xian giggled. Their giggles were like silver bells, they echoed in the clear blue sky. On the other side, on an uninhabited beach, the waves kept crashing onto the shore, washing away the trash floating on the water. The trash stayed on the shore and slowly receded. Seagulls cried as they glided across the sky like white clouds. Some of them went to the water to hunt for food. Others flew to the beach and stopped there. Among the seagulls that stopped there, some of them were standing on a person who looked like a corpse. They were walking back and forth or tapping on the person's body with their beaks. Until this person's body suddenly twitched. This movement seemed to have frightened the seagulls as well. They did not expect the corpse beneath them to still be able to move. Flapping their wings, they flew into the air in a series of long and sharp cries as though they were startled. However, their cries served as an alarm clock, waking the unconscious people up. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with confusion and emptiness. After a while, she looked around and saw where she was. The memories in her mind came back bit by bit. She lifted her hand that was covered in sand and blood and covered in a thick layer of mech armor as she murmured. So, I'm not dead. This person was none other than Elaine, who had been defeated in a clean manner in the game. As her memories gradually returned, a face with a smile that was not a smile flashed across Ai Lian's mind, causing her pupils to contract as she clenched her fists. Red Devil. Chapter 1167. This is a secret meeting room in a corner of the world. There are many people who know about this meeting room, but only a very small number of them are qualified to enter. These extremely few people had extraordinary identities. Behind each of them, there was a powerful background that was difficult for others to look up to. With such a small number of people, coupled with the fact that this conference room was rarely used, it was rarely used even once a year. Therefore, this conference room had been reduced to a state where no one knew about it. It was very dark inside, giving people a very strange feeling. Today, the meeting room was a little livelier. The conference room was very spacious. Its area alone was almost half the size of a football field. The floor was polished with smooth ores. When people stood on it, they could see their whole appearance very clearly as long as they lowered their heads. It was not inferior to a mirror. The walls and ceiling were made of the same material. Aside from the smooth, mirror-like stone slabs, there was nothing else in the conference room. There wasn't even a single window. There was only the door leading to the exit and a round table placed in the middle of the room. At this moment, at the edge of the round table, there were about 5 or 6 people sitting around it. Under the cover of the dimly lit meeting room, only their wills could be vaguely seen, but their faces could not be seen. They were seated around it. One of them is Coterie. The person sitting at the head of the round table is. It was Woodman. If someone in the know saw this, they'd know what they're doing and what this meeting room is for. Round Table Conference. It's an annual meeting. Sometimes, it might not even be held once a year. The people sitting at the edge of the round table are all members of the Round Table Conference. Of course, it was said that they were having a round table meeting. However, from the beginning of the meeting until now, about 20 minutes had passed. The entire meeting. Apart from the opening remarks and greetings, only Coterie's voice echoed in the room. It's called a meeting, but at the beginning. It's just Coterie's report on Ratatoskr and the current situation of the sealed elves. It's a real meeting. It's only after Coterie finishes talking. After more than 20 minutes of explanation, Coterie finally stopped talking and nodded at Woodman, who was sitting at the head of the table. That's all. Ratatoskr's progress on the elves' mission and the current situation of the sealed elves. There's nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as Coterie finished speaking, the entire conference room became eerily silent. All the council members lowered their heads and digested the information that Coterie just gave them. They also used their own thoughts to think about it. Soon, voices of dissent were heard in the meeting room. Nothing out of the ordinary. A voice came from a seat on Coterie's right. It was hard to tell what age the voice belonged to. But didn't you just say that Nightmare, Tokisaki Kurumi, left for some unknown reason? Yes. Yes. Coterie crossed her arms and answered expressionlessly. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't explain her whereabouts and purpose, so we still don't know where she went and the purpose of her departure. How can this be nothing out of the ordinary? This time, a figure sitting on Coterie's left voiced out her dissatisfaction. Those are dangerous elves that have killed more than 10,000 people. Don't you think that running away without knowing their whereabouts and purpose is enough to prove that something is wrong? Commander Wuha, you didn't think it through enough. This time, it was a figure sitting on the upper right corner, just below Woodman's seat. We can't let such a dangerous elven leave, right? If you spread any more rumors and something happens. The figure on the right didn't finish his sentence, but it's clear what he meant. He objected to Kotori's decision to let Kurumi leave. No, it's not just him. More than half of the people present don't agree with Kotori's decision. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Then what are you trying to do? Put Tokisaki Kurumi under house arrest? Kotori sneered. Don't forget our main goal. We have to treat the elves peacefully and integrate them into society to reduce their threat to the world. The three people who had just spoken held their breaths at the same time, and one of them spoke out in an unconvinced manner. That being said, it's still dangerous. If Tokisaki Kurumi attacks ordinary people again. Don't worry, she won't attack ordinary people again. Kotori cut him off before he could voice his objection. This was also approved by Sir Woodman. Hearing this, everyone present choked and no longer raised any objections. Woodman's status in the round table is very high. Since the chairman allowed it, then so be it. The first person to speak on Kotori's right said bitterly. Then, he changed the topic. If Tokisaki Kurumi is fine, what about the other elves? Nothing will happen to them, right? Kotori's gaze was filled with disdain as she tried to change the topic, but she still replied in a steady voice. The other elves' powers are still sealed. They can't even disappear. As long as the seal isn't broken, they'll be no different from ordinary people. Nothing will happen? The figure on Kotori's left asked. For example, the seal will weaken at a certain time. It's been confirmed, nothing will happen. Kotori glanced at him. The seal of the sealing hoop is extremely firm. Other than the holder of the hoop, no one else can do anything to the seal. You can rest assured about this. How can we not worry about that? The person sitting to Woodman's left also spoke. That's an elf, an existence that can destroy the world. The right to use that kind of power is now in the hands of your brother, which is equivalent to him controlling a group of elves. If he has any ulterior motives, he can totally make these elves work for him, can't he? Kotori's eyes flashed coldly. She looked at the person on the upper left with a cold gaze, but her mouth was still polite. Don't worry, my brother doesn't want to become a demon king. If he did, the world would be in chaos. Kotori didn't say that out loud, but Woodman guessed it. He smiled bitterly. It's too reckless to give the right to use the elves' powers to an unknown person. The person on the upper left continued as if he didn't notice the change in Kotori and Woodman. No matter what, the risk is too great. After all, Ratatoskr wasn't built around him. Instead, it was built around Shiori. To be on the safe side, shouldn't we let Shiori be in charge of sealing the elves in the future? Kotori couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and stood up. I was the one who suggested Oniai-san to take charge of the sealing mission. Kotori stared at the person on the upper left with her red eyes. You don't think I can be trusted? Commander Shiori, you misunderstood. The person on the other hand said calmly. It's just to be safe. In the beginning, when you learned that my sister's sealing ability had the danger of the reverse flow of spiritual energy, didn't you agree to let my brother seal it for the sake of safety? Kotori chuckled coldly. Now, you're trying to drag my sister down with the excuse of safety. Next time, for the sake of safety, isn't it the best plan to hand over all the elves to you? All right. Woodman, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, finally opened his mouth and glanced at everyone present. There's no need to discuss hypotheticals. Just follow the original plan. Everyone present held their breaths and looked at each other in dismay. Then, they nodded reluctantly. Commander Shiori. Woodman looked at Kotori. After all, your brother's background is unknown, and he has such a mysterious identity and power. It is necessary to be worried. Of course, since Commander Wuha chose to believe in your brother, I will also choose to believe in you. But if possible, I hope you can arrange a time for me to meet your brother. Kotori paused and hesitated. After a while, she sighed and nodded. Chapter 1168. Hey hey! Wake up! Wake up, wake up! The sweet and familiar voice carried a strong sense of dissonance as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's drowsy mind became a bit confused. How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get up. I agree, if you don't wake up, breakfast will be over. With the second call, Wu Yan felt his body being squeezed into two soft bodies, and then he began to shake. Wu Yan, who felt a little uncomfortable, opened his eyes. It was about 7:00 in the morning. For Wu Yan, it was still a good time to sleep, so his consciousness was still a little confused. When he completely woke up and saw the orange hair, silver eyes, and delicate face in front of him, his confused expression instantly froze, and his hazy eyes widened. Looking at the two identical faces with beautiful smiles on their faces, Wu Yan first looked around blankly, then he subconsciously called out the names of the two people in front of him. Yi Zhu Shi. Shi Xian, yes, the two people who appeared in front of Wu Yan and woke him up from his sleep were Yi Zhu Shi and Shi Xian, who put on the sealing ring yesterday and sealed all of their spiritual power. Today was the second day of the study trip. At this time tomorrow, he should be able to pack up his luggage. He was ready to return to Heavenly Palace City. Yesterday, after sealing Yakuya and Shishian's spiritual energy, the two sisters were brought back to Fraxinus, which was floating above Homey Island, by Shina and Yeyue. Their bodies were checked thoroughly, and according to the information of their bodies, they were given a normal background. In other words, after sealing Yi Zhu Shi and Shi Xian's spiritual power and bringing them back to Homey Island, the two girls were taken away. Originally, Wu Yan thought that he would at least wait until he returned to Heavenly Palace City to see the sisters again. He didn't expect that the next morning, the sisters would appear in a single room in his hotel. Moreover, they appeared in front of him in the posture of riding on his body. You're finally awake? The corners of Yi Jia's lips curled upwards. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Very good. He continued to sleep. Even I want to punish you. I agree. That sounds fun. Shi Xian also had a faint smile on her face. She didn't quarrel with Yi Jia like before. Instead, they actively went along with it. Their relationship was extremely good. The punishment method that Yakuya came up with must be the most fun. No. Yi Jia scratched his face embarrassedly, but his expression revealed a hint of happiness. I definitely can't compare to Shi Xian, no, there's no such thing. Although they seemed to be quarreling, their faces were full of happiness. Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed and looking down at this scene, felt a little shy and quickly laughed bitterly. Why are you two here? Aren't you in Fraxinus for a checkup? Well, it's already done. Yi Jia lowered his head to look at Wu Yan and complained. Who is this Ratatosk guy? He actually played with me the whole day yesterday. How rude. If it wasn't for Shi Xian, I would have blown them away. Also, after the checkup, Shi Xian and Yi Jia returned to your side. Shi Xian said respectfully to Wu Yan. Before leaving, someone told Shi Xian and Yi Jia that Master likes it when someone sits on top of you and wakes you up in the morning. That's why, Ma, which asshole said that? I won't ask. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as he looked at the 4 white thighs wrapped around his body. But what's with that, Master? What do you mean, what's going on? Yi Jia looked at Wu Yan strangely with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Aren't we your slaves? Of course we have to call you Master. Thank you, Master. Not only are you Shi Xian and Yi Jia's master, you're also our benefactor. Compared to Yi Jia, Shi Xian was more cautious. That's why Shi Xian and Yi Jia have to keep their promise and become Master's slaves. Ahahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. That's just a temporary measure, you don't have to take it seriously, no. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Jia interrupted loudly. We are hurricanes witches, 8 dances fairies, how can we go back on our words? Your spiritual energy has already been sealed, hasn't it? Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he said weakly. We're not fairies anymore, right? Reject, that's a very cunning way of saying it. Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and said seriously. Regardless of whether it's to repay a debt or to keep a promise, Shido will be Shi Xian's master from now on. This will not change. Well, that's how it is. From now on, Shi Xian and I will serve you. Although it's a disgrace for me to serve others with my status, I'll accept it for Shi Xian's sake. Yi Jia straightened his back proudly. He reached out and pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Let's start by waking you up. Agreed. Shi Xian also pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Taking care of master's daily life is the most appropriate way of doing things. Wait. Compared to slaves, Yukiya and Yukaina are acting more like maids. Wu Yan panicked and pulled back the blanket that was about to be pulled away. After all, every man is more energetic in the morning. Wu Yan is still wearing a loose bathrobe. If the blanket is pulled away, a certain part of his body will be seen by these two cute little slaves. Wu Yan could only pull the blanket back and chuckle. That, I can do it myself. You two can leave first. To be able to have us Bao's sisters serve you, that's an opportunity that you've earned through countless lifetimes of good fortune. Yi Jia grabbed the blanket in his hand unhappily and pulled it with all his might. You just need to accept it gratefully. Apologies, please forgive Shi Xian's rudeness. Shi Xian also pulled harder. Shi Xian also wants to serve master. Wait, under the sisters' forceful tugging, the blanket covering Wu Yan was slowly pulled away. Wu Yan panicked and quickly pulled the blanket back again. With this tug, the Yamato sisters who were reduced to mere mortals fell to the ground with a cry of surprise. They laid on top of Wu Yan's body. Yaga was just about to get up and vent her dissatisfaction on her uncooperative master when she felt a foreign object. She paused for a moment and felt around in confusion. What is this? It's hard. Yuki Xian tilted her head and she reached out with her hand as well. She grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Yuki Xian grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Ow! Caught off guard by the attack, Wu Yan shrieked and his eyelids almost rolled back. It's not just because of the pleasure he got from touching the sisters' soft hands, it's also because, driven by curiosity, the sisters reached their hands into the blanket and Wu Yan's loose bathrobe. They grabbed him without any restraint. Hey, Shi Xian, what is this? Answer, Shi Xian doesn't know. It's hidden under the blanket and it seems to be on master. Open the blanket and see. Wow. It moved. Is it a snake? Shiver, if there's a snake on master, stop. Wu Yan was scared out of his wits when he saw the Baku sisters trying to pull him away in a panic. Shidao, it's time to get up. It's morning. At this moment, the door to the room was suddenly rudely opened. 10 Fragrant stood at the door with a smile on her face and shouted happily. Today, Shirji said she made delicious food. The scene in the room was slowly imprinted into 10 Incense's eyes, causing her words to gradually weaken. Seeing the sisters lying on Wu Yan's bed and twisting into a ball, Shixiang's smile stiffened and the room fell into a suffocating silence. Soon after, a loud and furious roar resounded throughout the entire hotel. What are you doing? Chapter 1169. Hosumi Island, Hotel. Wearing a bikini swimsuit with an apron, Shiori sneaked a glance at the scene and sighed faintly. Shiori was currently in Wu Yan's single room. The reason was because Toka, who was waiting outside to call Wu Yan, suddenly heard Toka's angry roar that resounded through the entire hotel. Shiori, who thought that something had happened, hurried over. Then, she saw the following scene. A young girl with long purple hair that looked like water splashes was lying on the bed with 2 young girls with long orange hair. One of them had her hair tied up and the other had her hair tied into 3 braids. They looked exactly the same. They were glaring at him fiercely, as if they could start fighting at any time. The entire room was filled with the feeling that a storm was coming. On the bed where the 3 girls were glaring at each other, a man with black hair and red eyes was collectively pressed under the blanket. Only his head was exposed. His eyes were almost rolled back as he stared at the ceiling. His face was filled with desire. Such a scene left Shiori scratching her head in confusion. Her heart was incomparably tangled. She wanted to find someone to explain the current situation to her, but the three girls in the middle of a confrontation were clearly not a good choice. Wu Yan and Shirori didn't understand what happened to make him show such an expression. If Shirori were to observe carefully, she would notice that the three girls who are glaring at each other are actually fighting over something. As for what they are fighting over, if Shirori could see that each of the three girls had a hand under the blanket, combined with Wu Yan's expression, she would be able to guess what they are fighting over. However, from Shiori's angle, she couldn't see the three hands under the blanket. Otherwise, the scene that finally regained its calm would revert back to a state of uproar and Wu Yan would be thoroughly despised by Shirori. Even if he was the victim, it wasn't his fault. But who told him to be happy? Looking at the scene in front of him that had been maintaining a strange silence, Shiori's face was a bit resentful, but she still stood up and smiled to ease the situation. Although I don't know what happened. But how about everyone come down first? Shido looks like he's troubled. Hearing this, the three girls were stunned. They reflexively looked at Wu Yan. When they saw Wu Yan rolling his eyes, they panicked and quickly pulled back their hands under the blanket and got off the bed. Are you okay? The three girls shouted in unison and then glared at each other again. Ignorant mortal, how dare you disturb us Baowu sisters' service plan? Do you want to be judged by the son of Hurricane? Yakuya pointed at Toka with a face full of anger. Ha! The pure and kind Toka naturally couldn't understand Yakuya's Chinibu speech, but she still replied loudly. I don't know what you're talking about, but why are you in Shido's room and lying on his bed? Shiori's face stiffened. She more or less understood why this happened. She wanted to check on Wu Yan, but she stopped. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan with a cold gaze. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Yan's forehead. However, before he could explain himself, Shi Xian's next sentence completely knocked him down. Explain. Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian are only here to fulfill their promise. Shi Xian narrowed her watery silver eyes and said. After all, Shido is Yakuya and Shi Xian's master now. Following his words, the atmosphere froze. Shiori's cold gaze turned into one of disdain. This is only the second time Shirori and the Baku sisters met. The first time they met was when Wu Yan brought them back as lost lambs in their skin-tight uniforms. Thus, from Shiori's point of view, Wu Yan who just arrived on Haimai Island must have gone off to attract bees and butterflies somewhere. Then, he got charmed by these two masochistic cats and used flowery words to trick them into coming here. Therefore, the two words unfaithful and cheating appeared in Shirji's mind at the same time, causing her to despise them. You already have Toka and Tokasaki-san as your fiancé. Shido, I can't believe you're still not satisfied. Shirori looked at Wu Yan with a gaze that could pierce through a person's heart. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed? It's not what you think. Wu Yan peeked out from under the blanket. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. There's a very complicated reason for this. Shirori, you can't be blinded by your own eyes. Maybe my eyes are really blinded, but my ears are very good. Shirori smiled brightly. If I'm not mistaken, they said you're their master, right? That's a very complicated reason too. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and stuttered. Anyway, Shirori, you have to believe me. I became their master because of a very pure reason. I won't ask what the reason is. Shirori narrowed her eyes and sneered. But this so-called master, it seems like it's real. Wu Yan was speechless. What do you want to do to our master? Yakuya jumped in front of Shirori and put his hands on his hips. He blocked Shiori's view of Wu Yan. Shi Xian also stood next to Yakuya to protect him. Warning, even if she's master's sister, if she wants to harm master, she'll have to defeat Shi Xian first. Shirori won't do that. Before Shirori could react, Toka quickly stood next to Shirori, once again forming a confrontation with the Baowu sisters. Also, I can protect Shido too, I don't need you. Oh. Yakuya raised an eyebrow and laughed with interest. So you're saying you want to fight for the right of our sisters to serve master? Declaration. Shi Xian's expression tensed up, her round breasts stood out. Yakuya and Shixian's position is being challenged by an unknown person, but Shixian won't admit defeat. Who's the unknown person? You're the unknown person. Shiori couldn't help but complain. Besides, I'm not interested in serving others, although I don't understand what's going on. Shixiang tilted her head in confusion and stared at the Baowu sisters. However, if it's a challenge, I will definitely not lose. Don't think that I will let you off so easily. The price of failing to challenge me will require you to pay with your entire lives. Repent for your sins. A declaration of war. The corners of Shixian's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed as if her blood was boiling. Although Yi Ju-shi and Shixian have lost their powers, as long as we are with Yi Ju-shi, we are invincible. We will accept your challenge. Wow. Don't keep saying things that others don't understand. In short, I will definitely defeat you. Just watch. Sherdao. Are you looking down on the might of the Baowu sisters? If we join forces with Shixian, we Baowu sisters will definitely not lose. Agreed, we will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly and prove that only Yi Ju-shi and Shixian are suitable to serve master. In the room, a tense atmosphere suddenly descended, filling every corner of the room. Toka, Yeju-shi, and Shixian glared at each other fiercely. Faintly, arcs of electricity danced in their gazes, creating dense sparks. That. Shiori's face was covered in sweat as she raised her hand weakly. I didn't mean to challenge you. The moment she said that, the three of them fiercely looked at Shiori, causing her to tremble. She whimpered and retreated to Wu Yan's bedside. She looked at Wu Yan with resentment. Sherdao, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation after this, you will only have one meal left out of 3. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1170. Heavenly Palace City, DM Branch Office. On the top floor of the office building, Westcott was leisurely sitting on the sofa in the most luxurious suite. He exhaled softly as he opened the window and looked down at the brightly lit Heavenly Palace City. His gray hair swayed gently in the breeze. Lowering his head, Westcott looked at the Heavenly Palace City below as if he was looking at a model. His eyes that were as sharp as blades narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was treating everything as a toy. This kind of behavior could not be said to be terrifying, but only disgusting. However, in Westcott's heart, other than spirits and power, he didn't care about anything else. As a high-ranking member of the DEM, Westcott came to Heavenly Palace City only because there was something he was interested in here. Heavenly Palace City, for Westcott, was just a toy that he would throw away after playing with it. That's why Westcott liked to stand on a high place and look down at the entire Heavenly Palace City. His sharp eyes tirelessly swept over the night scene below like a fisherman looking for small fish in the sea with his naked eyes. It was meaningless, but he still continued. As for what he was looking for in Heavenly Palace City, perhaps those who were familiar with Westcott could guess what he was looking for. Maintaining the appearance of looking down at Heavenly Palace City, Westcott observed for an entire hour. The annoying smile on his face was still hanging on his face. He didn't feel impatient at all, as if he intended to spend the entire night observing Heavenly Palace City below. Until the door of the suite was opened, and a figure walked in without saying a word. This scene was broken. Hearing the soft yet clear footsteps, the smile on Westcott's face widened, but he soon calmed down. However, he didn't turn around to confirm who it was. In the entire DM branch company, there was no one who could enter Westcott's room without knocking on the door or making a report. There was only one person. Therefore, there was no need for confirmation. Westcott knew who had come. You're back. Westcott didn't look away from the night scene of Heavenly Palace City as he asked without looking back. It seems like something unexpected has happened, yes. Westcott's light blonde hair was behind him. The beautiful woman with smooth skin and facial features that were completely different from the Orientals was silent for a moment before speaking expressionlessly. Indeed, a lot of things happened. Westcott didn't know if it was too funny or not, but he shook his head and laughed. He turned around and looked at the person who came. Something unexpected will happen. It doesn't sound like something you would say, Irene. With that, Westcott glanced at Irene. After you came to Kerry, you lost contact with this place, you even lost contact with Albald. At this point, Will Scott didn't continue, but it was obvious that he wanted Irene to give him an explanation. This kind of situation was very rare. After all, Westcott rarely took the initiative to contact anyone other than the elves. In the past, Elaine was the one who was responsible for sending information to Westcott. It was rare for Westcott to ask Elaine about the development of the elves' affairs. Irene met Westcott's gaze. Her expression didn't change at all. For this mission, the identity of the target, Princess Puna, has not been confirmed yet. The whereabouts of Nightmare is unknown. It seems that he did not participate in this cultivation trip, the identity of the princess is uncertain, and the whereabouts of Nightmare are unknown. Does that mean that the mission this time is almost a complete failure? Will Scott frowned in a rare moment. Dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes for the first time. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked doubtfully. What about their devil? The only male elf that appeared so far should be a student of Lai Chan High School, right? Westcott's expression changed as soon as he heard this. The reason was none other than Irene, who was known as the world's most powerful magician and claimed that no one could defeat her. Mira? A hint of fear appeared in Mether's eyes. The fear only lasted for a moment, but Will Scott caught it clearly. That was why his fearless face changed. This was the first time he had ever seen Elaine afraid of something. It was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Of course, after the change in expression, Will Scott's face was replaced with an interested smile. To be able to make Irene feel fear, this mission seems to have some very interesting situations to deal with. From the looks of it, you must have found something on that student who is suspected to be the Red Devil, right? Westcott smiled meaningfully. Can you tell me about it? Irene lowered her head and was silent for a while. Her eyes, hidden under her bangs, kept fluctuating. That face with a smile yet not a smile once again appeared in the depths of her mind. Recalling the unparalleled power of the other party, Irene unconsciously clenched her fist and squeezed out a sentence. That student's identity has been confirmed. There is no doubt that he is the Red Devil. Westcott raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He waited for Irene's next words. She took a deep breath and lifted her head to look at Will Scott. But, Ike, I don't agree with setting the Red Devil as the target. What's the reason? Will Scott's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't care at all. That elf, that man. Irene closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Westcott finally looked at Irene. Have you already fought with him? Yes. I have and I lost. I lost completely. Irene's bitter smile deepened. She was unwilling to admit defeat. I couldn't even hurt him at all, but he could easily shatter my Tori. Even Albald could not even make a single move in his hand before he was defeated. In the end, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Berserker that made him lose interest in me, I'm afraid that I would have already. Hearing this, Will Scott fell silent. However, after a short moment of silence, an unprecedented dense light appeared in his sharp eyes, and an extremely excited smile appeared on his face. So? Westcott maintained his excitement and asked with a smile, he's very strong? Seeing Westcott's excited expression, Elaine, who knew him well, naturally understood what he was thinking. She immediately sighed. I don't want to admit it, but he's very strong. He's stronger than any elf I've met before. He's the only one who's defeated me when I couldn't even fight back. Alice's affirmation, which contained unwillingness, caused the smile on Will Scott's face to grow wider and wider. In the end, he was unable to endure the joy in his heart. He held his head and laughed crazily. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Will Scott couldn't stop laughing. Even the most powerful magician in the world couldn't fight back. Does such a powerful elf really exist? Could it be that the gods are looking after me? Ha 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 ha. Will Scott's excited laughter reverberated throughout the room, making Irene feel even more indignant. However, reality is reality, she can't even touch Wu Yan. No matter how indignant she is, she can't change the fact that there is a difference in power between them. Westcott seemed to have forgotten about Irene's existence. He looked at the night scenery outside the window. He was still excited. Ah. How do I invite that elf over? Mobilize the entire DM Combat Executive Force? Join forces with AST? Or threaten him with the lives of those who get along well with him? Whispering extremely dangerous words, Will Cotter muttered to himself with a big smile on his face. But that seems a little disrespectful. Why don't I pay him a visit personally? That's too dangerous. Irene said without hesitation, even without Ike, I can find him. Oh. Westcott looked at Irene in surprise. You have a way? Yes. Westcott laughed again and looked out the window. That's something to look forward to. Chapter 1171. So the problem with the sisters has been solved. Listening to Meijio's voice, Wu Yan sighed as he tidied up his clothes on the bed. Yeah, it was a bit complicated, but it's finally solved. Then why are you sighing? Meijio's confused and sweet voice rang out from the phone. Didn't you say you care about the sisters? You should be happy now that it's solved. Wu Yan bitterly laughed when he heard Meijio's words. Indeed, this trip to Island not only dealt a heavy blow to the people sent by the Dam, but they also met the famous berserkers in the elven world and successfully sealed them. No matter how one looked at it, it was something worth celebrating. From Wu Yan's point of view, sealing the Baku sisters is a good thing, but at the same time, there are a lot of headaches waiting for him to deal with. Needless to say, the first thing that gave him a headache was the relationship between the Balwa sisters and 10 Fragrances. It's been a long time since they went on the trip to Sumi Island. After that, Ratatoskra arranged the Balwa sisters, who had been sealed and confirmed to be in good condition, to stay by his side and follow him back home. Originally, Wuhi's family's residence was already seriously full. After Kurumi's arrival, Wu Yan slept on the sofa for a while. It wasn't until later that he cleared out a room that was usually used to store things. Only then did he have a room again. Therefore, Ratatoskra decided to arrange for the Balwa sisters to stay in a nearby apartment so that he could take care of them nearby. In any case, other than Wu Yan, no one else in this world can break the seal of the sealing bracelet. He didn't have to worry about the elves being in a bad mood and causing the reverse flow of spirit energy. Moreover, once the Balwa sisters stayed together, the situation was very stable. Even if the spiritual power flowed backwards, the probability of it happening was very low. Therefore, it's not a problem to let them live on their own. But the problem was that the Balwa sisters were firmly against it. There was only one reason, and that was, in that apartment. There's no Wu Yan. The Machibana sisters, who have already identified themselves as Wu Yan's slaves, are actually more like maids. They yelled in unison that wherever their master went, they would go, wherever there was no master. They'd rather die than go there. Such a pair of loyal and cute slaves made such a declaration. No matter which man becomes their master, they won't be able to sleep. In the beginning, Wu Yan was the same. Later on, he realized how naive he was to think that way of thinking. First, the sisters don't know how to serve people. They're half-baked when it comes to seducing people. Second, it's fine if they don't know how to serve people. At most, he won't let them serve him. Anyway, the so-called I'm the master was just a reason Wu Yan made up on a whim to persuade them to accept the seal. But the sisters' self-esteem is unusually high. They don't know how to serve people, but they still want to serve people. For this reason, they even launched the so-called special service training. They thought of different ways to serve people. They even took out educational videos that aren't suitable for children to learn. This isn't a problem. After all, even if they learn, Wu Yan will definitely feel good. The problem is, there's only one TV in the house. And it's in the living room. In the end, the two sisters took these so-called special training videos to the living room and played them at the top of the volume. After that, Wu Yan got chased out of the house by a blushing Shiori who didn't let him come back until the next day. There's also the third reason. It's the first reason. There aren't enough rooms in the house. Wu Yan's house only has 5 rooms. Wu Yan took 1, Shirji took 1, Kotori took 1, Toka and Yoshino took 1, the last one is empty but it's Kurumi's. Even if the sisters move in, they'll have to move out sooner or later. Due to this reason, the Bawa sisters released a statement, "We'll share a room with the master." Then, trouble came. Shirji's behavior is like treating a bug. Toka alone won't be able to get through. Under Yoshino's instigation, Yoshino's face turned red and she expressed her opposition. Therefore, on the day they discussed the housing issue, the entire Wuhi family was in a mess. It was dark and miserable. Finally, they came up with a plan. Toka and Yoshino are a team. Yoshino and Yoshino are a team. The 2 teams will have a duel every day. The content of the duel is varied but there's only one result. The winning team can sleep in the same room as Wu Yan and the losing team can sleep in the same room as Toka and Yoshino. It's a good result. After all, no matter who wins, Wu Yan won't be at a disadvantage. He might even be able to take advantage of them. If Shirji didn't exist, Wu Yan will never forget that day when Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin were having their first fight for the right to sleep with Shiori. Shiori left him a secret message. "I'll go to your room every night. If I see anything strange, Shido, I'll take a picture of it and post it online or in class." Thus, he could only kneel down in front of this dark life where he could only watch but couldn't eat and couldn't use anything. By the way, Wu Yan doesn't know why Shirji agreed to let the Yamato sisters stay in his house. He only knows that Kotori called Shirji when she found out that Wu Yan sealed the Yamato sisters. Shirji, who appeared again, cried and said that Yoshino and Yoshino are welcome to move in. Also, Kotori called Wu Yan about how Wu Yan managed to conquer the troublesome berserker in the short time she was away. Wu Yan, who appeared again, cried and laughed. As for the inside story, it's unknown. You can only let others imagine, Wu Yan replied to Meijio with a complicated expression. Wu Yan felt sad when he recalled the events that happened in his family these past few days. "I'm happy but there are other reasons as well. It's really complicated, that's why I say men are annoying creatures. Do you think pretending to be mysterious will work?" Meijio snorted. Her impression of men has evolved from dirty to annoying. Maybe it's because she's slowly opening up her heart or it's because her partner is Wu Yan. They say men like to pretend to be mysterious. Don't women like to pretend to be mysterious too? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Take you for example. You've been calling me every night since the day you went on a trip. I asked you why but you wouldn't tell me. Every time I asked, you would hang up. Are you trying to make me depressed? Why? What does it have to do with you? Meijio's tone panicked as she fiercely yelled. Then, she began to mutter. Do you think I want to? Who knows why I want to call you every time I pick up my phone? What did you say? Wu Yan helplessly replied to Meijio's mumbling. Can you speak louder if you want to? Okay, I said. You should be thankful that I'm calling you. Meijio shouted, so, hurry up and tell me the phone numbers of those cute elves around you, and then quickly die. I'm sorry, but I can't die no matter what. Wu Yan complained. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get Shixiang and the others? Since they're all elves, they must be cute. When Meijio said this, her voice was filled with intoxication. If I can have afternoon tea with them and have dessert, how nice would that be? After saying that, Meijio paused, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly spoke. Why don't you bring those elves to my concert? Wu Yan's hand that was tidying up the clothes on the bed stopped. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Do you want to use your own voice? It was Meijio's turn to be silent. Chapter 1172. As the two of them fell silent, an indescribable pressure suddenly fluctuated between the two of them. It was as if it had broken through the distance between them and connected to the phone, transmitting to each other. Wu Yan and Mei Jiao can't see what kind of expression the person on the other side of the phone is wearing. Maybe it's because they don't have to face each other, the wariness between them lessened a lot. After waiting for a long time, Wu Yan finally heard Mei Jiao's dejected words. No. Now, I only have one voice left, is that so? Wu Yan sighed with disappointment. What a pity, Mei Jiao fell silent again. This time, she didn't stay silent for too long. Soon, Mei Jiao said something that sounded very complicated. She didn't know what kind of emotions she was talking about. She spoke to Wu Yan from the other end of the phone. Why are you so keen on my previous voice? Is it because my current voice doesn't sound good? Although he couldn't see Mei Jiao's current appearance, judging from her low voice, Mei Jiao pursed her lips and squeezed out those words. Compared to my previous voice, my current voice has more fan support. It's also favored by the upper echelons of the entertainment industry. Why do you want me to sing with my previous voice? That's a question. Wu Yan shook his head and threw down the clothes in his hand. He sat on the bed and pondered for a while. Then let me ask you, why do you want to sing with your current voice? Do you hate your previous voice that much? How could I hate it? Mei Jiao sounded agitated. That's my voice. It's the only thing I have left since I was a child. How could I hate it? Then why don't you use it to sing? Wu Yan closed his eyes. It's your voice too, isn't it? Because it's no longer here. It was taken away by those filthy humans. Mei Jiao's agitated voice began to carry a hint of resentment. So what if it's good? It's still gone in the end. It's gone. I can't help it. Is that so? Mei Jiao's agitated, resentful, and bitter voice calmed Wu Yan down. The so-called psychogenic disease refers to a disease caused by mental or psychological factors. The specific manifestation is that the patient has suffered a certain blow in life or mental aspect, causing the disease that should not have been there to be directly reflected in the patient's body through the patient's mental weakness. Psychogenic aphasia is the same. It's just a manifestation of the weakness of the heart on the body. After sorting out his emotions, Wu Yan's voice became gentle. So, Mei Jiao, your voice hasn't disappeared. It's in your body. As long as you can be strong, it will wake up. Strong? Are you trying to say I'm weak? Mei Jiao's laugh. So what if the voice of the past has returned? Will anyone listen to me? Mei Jiao raised her voice before Wu Yan could reply. No, it's impossible. If there are people who are obsessed with my voice, why would they be confused when there's a rumor? Why would they believe it when there's a scandal? Don't they like my voice and my songs? What does my voice have to do with those scandals? That's why my fans didn't believe me when I was in pain. No one helped me. Mei Jiao's voice turned gloomy, full of self-mockery. Even if I have that voice again, when the same situation happens again, I will still be betrayed. If I have this voice now, people will believe me. Only then will others believe me. If I don't have this voice now, then I dash. So you said. Mei Jiao didn't finish her sentence. Wu Yan dragged out his tone and told her in an extremely dissatisfied tone. I've been saying since the beginning that I want to listen to your songs with your original voice. Why do you think no one likes your songs? Aren't I right here? You. Mei Jiao's voice trembled violently. She gritted her teeth. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? You said that because you want to seal my spiritual power. I won't believe you. Maybe that's part of the reason. I haven't heard your previous songs. Wu Yan said calmly. But you said that no one helped you when you were in pain. I can't agree with that. Mei Jiao was stunned. There is a girl in front of you who is in pain. Any man would want to lend a helping hand. Your previous fans didn't lend a helping hand when you were in pain because they weren't men at all. Wu Yan snickered without holding back. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a bunch of trash who wear men's masks? Please forgive me, I can't agree with you. Zhang Lixing sneered. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a group of trash who wear men's masks? You make it sound nice. Meijio clenched her teeth. She tried her best to stop herself from wavering. Just like you said, you want to overturn all my previous cognition with just one sentence. Then please forgive me, I can't agree with you no matter what. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Just like Meijio said, no matter how nice his words were, they were just words. He didn't have any evidence to prove that he was right. On the contrary, Meijio's past experience was real. It had always proved the ugly side of men and also proved that what she said was correct. Although there were suspicions that Meijio had been caught in one fell swoop, the truth was, at that time, not a single fan chose to believe her and lend her a helping hand. Meijio had seen the dark and ugly side of society. He didn't let her see the bright and hopeful side. How could he make her believe him? How could he save this poor girl who had been hurt and had a huge scar in her heart? She hadn't recovered yet. She had been living alone and didn't trust anyone. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Was it because of this that Meijio sincerely hoped that someone would listen to her complain, and let her vent her past pain? Was it because of this that he had left a deep impression on Meijio after that encounter? Was that why he received calls from Meijio every day? Meijio, was it because she was too lonely and wanted to talk to him? Was that why she kept calling him? What she wanted was someone she could talk to about her past pain. Wu Yan took a deep breath and chuckled. Hey, Meijio. Wu Yan's voice was soft but unusually gentle. When you were diagnosed with psychogenic amnesia, there must have been a period of time when you were hoping for someone to help you. That's why you said that nobody will help you when you're in pain, right? Meijio's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes flickered. She opened her mouth out of reflex and wanted to refute him. But before she could, Wu Yan's voice rang in her ears and heart. Okay. I have made up my mind. Wu Yan guffawed as he declared loudly. Before you choose to believe me, I will always have hope and wait for you to believe me. Wu Yan's smile grew even brighter as he spoke. So, Meijio, you must help me. You. Meijio's voice trembled and her heart was in a mess. The reason for that was because there was a certain sealed place that was constantly shaking. Wu Yan might have heard Meijio's inner emotions from her voice. He smiled and changed the topic. When will the concert be held? Meijio was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, a week from now, at the center of the northern square of Tiangong City, at 2 p.m. Oh. There's plenty of time. Wu Yan shrugged. Got it. I'll bring my family to cheer you on. Huh? Meijio Hua was stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to hear me sing with my real voice? At that time, I really want to hear you sing with your real voice, but you can't do it now, right? Wu Yan kept smiling and smiling. Before you sing with your real voice, I'll keep waiting. Chapter 1173. Heavenly Palace City. This is a famous plaza in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City. The reason why he added the word famous was that this square covered a very large area. There was a dedicated rental venue built in the square, and it was relatively close to some activity centers. The entertainment facilities were also relatively prosperous. Therefore, whenever there was a concert or a large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City, it would generally be held here. Although there aren't many plazas in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City, there are still many of them. However, when someone talks about the Northern Plaza in Heavenly Palace City, they're referring to the large plaza in front of them. Today, the largest venue in the center of the plaza has been booked by someone. Not many people know who booked the central venue, but those who know are basically all women. Moreover, they all regard it as their destination this time. When Wu Yan brought Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Shisian to the Northern Plaza, the scene that appeared in front of them shocked everyone. A sea of people. It's really a sea of people. The spacious plaza is so crowded with people that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Looking around, the first thing that came into view is the dense mass of people with colorful hair. Aside from the group closest to Wu Yan and Co., the rest of the crowd couldn't see anything below their chest. The sight of people squeezing together is truly a spectacular sight. So many people, this is really surprising. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many people. When Toka, Yeju Sure, and Shi Xian saw so many people, they were dumbfounded. The shy Yono hid behind Wu Yan's back. She clutched at his shirt like a child who is afraid of being left behind. She put on a pitiful look that could kill a bunch of uncles around her. It's just a plaza. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Wu Yan looked at the black mass of people in front of him and was secretly speechless. There are even more people than the Qixi festival last time. Did people already know that Meijio plans to hold a concert here? As soon as he said that, a calm voice came from the wireless earpiece on his right ear. The only people who know that Meijio will hold a concert here today are her fans. Kotori twirled the treasure in her mouth. She looked at the scene displayed on the big screen in the command room and explained in a vague tone. This plaza is a famous plaza. Not only has entertainment facilities, but also some large-scale activities are often held here. Sometimes, there's even an idol group's autograph session and handshake session here. It's like a place where festivals are held every day. That's not too much. There's nothing strange about there being so many people. That's enough to surprise me. Wu Yan shook his head and he laughed. I didn't think I would get the chance to see so many people. Oh? Kotori raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you've seen a crowd as large as this? Well, back when I participated in the Spalier World Academy's tournament, there were so many people here. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Yeah, that's about the size of the audience. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Also, when I was forced to enter the Sword and Saber Dominion world, there were so many people during my wedding ceremony. Wedding ceremony? Kotori, Shina, and Yayues screamed in the earpiece and woke up Wu Yan from his memories. Wu Yan realized what he just said and cursed in his heart. Hey, Shido. Kotori has been referring to Wu Yan's Oniai-chan ever since she became Wu Yan's summon. She called him Shido. Then, a sentence that sounded like a smile came out of the earpiece. I've never heard of a wedding ceremony before, Oniai-sama. Shina didn't even call him captain anymore. Her tone was a bit unsettled. Oniai-sama is already married? As expected of captain. You're just a high school student. Yayues said in admiration. She then asked in confusion. But what's the deal with the Sword and Saber Dominion world? What's the Spalier World Academy? Is there such an academy? Ahahaha. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard the sounds of danger, panic, and confusion coming from the earpiece. He acted like he didn't hear anything and he held Yono's hand. Let's go. It won't be good if we're late, okay? Why yes. It's the mortal's honor to be able to wait for my arrival. It's rude to be late. Besides, it's master's order so I'll reluctantly accept it. Agreed, I also want to know what kind of person master's friend is. Wu Yan shook his head when he heard the different responses from the four girls. He then led the four beautiful girls to the center of the venue. There are a lot of people in the plaza. There are usually a lot of people but there are even more today. Maybe it's because of Meijio's concert. To avoid getting separated from the crowd, Wu Yan held the hands of Toka and the petite Yoshino. They squeezed through the crowd and opened up a path for the girls. Yoshino and Yoshino also wanted to hold Wu Yan's hand but Toka and Yoshino got the better of them. They had no choice but to hold on to Wu Yan's shirt. Thus, with the four beautiful and adorable girls in tow, Wu Yan became the most conspicuous person in the plaza. One could even faintly hear the curses of resentment and jealousy coming from the crowd. Alas, Wu Yan is already used to this kind of behavior. He ignored them. Some of the guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal the purses and some of the guys who wanted to touch the elven girl's private parts got electrocuted. Their mouths started smoking and their hair was burnt to a crisp. After 20 minutes, the five of them finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the center of the plaza. Compared to the last concert venue, this one is much bigger and more eye-catching. Just the entrance alone was wider and taller than the entrance of the museum, just like the door of a large palace. Young girls with excited faces handed their tickets to the guards as they happily walked into the venue in groups. They looked very happy. Most of them were the ones who were involved in the battle between Wu Yan and Meijio during the last concert. However, their memories of that day had long been erased. The injuries on their bodies had also been healed by some healing devices. To them, the experience of that day could be considered a rather illusory dream. Oh! 10 Fragrance stood on her tiptoes. Her amethyst-like eyes shone with a strange light. She let out an exaggerated cry. There are a lot of people here too. When we get inside, you'll see even more people. Wu Yan smiled. He pulled 10 Fragrance and 4 Gino's hands and walked towards the venue. However, he didn't go straight to the entrance. Instead, he went to the back of the venue. This made Yeju and Shi Xian confused. Hey, master. Yeju pulled on Wu Yan's clothes and asked. Why don't we go through the main entrance? I want to go through the main entrance too. Wu Yan sighed and complained. It's just that Meijio's concert has always been limited to women, and only those fans who have joined her fan club have tickets. You can't buy tickets anywhere else, so she asked me to go directly through the back door. If I go through the front door, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out by those crazy fans. Oh. Yeju narrowed his eyes. She even dares to kick out the master of the Hurricane's child, Ba Wu. This Meijio is very arrogant, I agree. Why can't Shi Xian's master go through the main entrance? Shi Xian tilted her head to the side, a hint of anger appearing in her silver eyes. Isn't this unfair treatment? Shi Xian won't allow her master to be treated like this. Well, there's a complicated reason behind this. Wu Yan quickly stopped the 2 sisters who were about to fight. Let's just accommodate her for now, okay? Yagiya and Dushin pouted but they nodded anyway. Wu Yan chuckled at this sight. Chapter 1174. Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, and Yuxian walked down the path provided for the staff. They were being stared at by the women around them. She was like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. She kept looking left and right, observing her surroundings. After a while, she finally looked at the staff around her as if she was bored. She tilted her head. Why do I feel like everyone here is a woman? Question. Yuxian also looked around. Yuxian has the same question. That means everyone here is a woman. Toka looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why is that? Shido. Oh, you're asking me. Wu Yan rubbed his nose in annoyance. I know the reason but it's better if you don't know. Otherwise, you'll regret following me. Toka, Yoshino, and Yuxian looked at each other. They wanted to ask something but Wu Yan interrupted them. We're here. Wu Yan stopped in front of one of the resting rooms. The 4 elven girls stopped as well. Be careful. At the same time, Kotori's cautious voice sounded in the earpiece. Don't forget that the last time you met Meijio, she attacked you for no reason. Although your relationship seems to be very good during this period of time, it's still only over the phone. Perhaps the next time you see her, her favorability toward you will be lower than a cockroach. Wu Yan shook his head speechlessly and he knocked on the door of the lounge. Come in. Even under the cover of the cold door, her sweet and intoxicating voice was still exceptionally clear and enchanting, like a gust of warm air blowing past. It caused the pores on the bodies of Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Shishin to open up, and the expressions on their faces became much more comfortable. Wu Yan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help being stunned. He bitterly laughed. As expected of an existence whose identification name is Diva. Just her voice alone is unforgettable. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Yan pushed open the door to the lounge. At this moment, there was only one figure in the spacious resting room. The first thing that came into view was her violet hair. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her silver eyes were like a starry sky. One couldn't help but want to be immersed in her. Her voluptuous figure and hot body. She wore a white dress. It set off her shiny skin. After a period of time, seeing Meijio again. She was still as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a dream. She was so charming that the 4 elf girls who saw Meijio for the first time were a little stunned. She sensed that the person who came in wasn't an ordinary staff member, so she sat down. Meijio was tidying her hair in front of the mirror. She turned her head and looked at the door. Wu Yan led a group of 5 into her sight. Meijio flinched. When she realized who this person is, her bright silver eyes flashed. She glanced at Wu Yan before turning her head away in a flustered and unhappy manner. You guys sure are relaxed. The concert is about to start. Well, it hasn't started yet. They finally met again after such a long time. Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. He shrugged and used the same tone he used when talking to Meijio on the phone. If you can come in through the front door, it will be much less troublesome. I don't want a man to walk into my concert. Meijio said bluntly. It's already an exception for you to come. It's an exception among exceptions. Yes. Meijio sounded like she's trying to hide something. Wu Yan couldn't figure out what she's thinking, so he sighed in a perfunctory manner. At the same time, the sound of Ratatosk's members operating the equipment in Fraxinus's command room was also heard through the earpiece. Favorability, 70%. Fixed. No change. Psychic wave, stable. No abnormalities. No danger of space tremors. Mental state, fluctuating frequency is rather prominent. The target sprite, Diva, seems to be in an abnormal mood. Kotori nodded. She looked at Meijio's image on the screen and the changes in her values. Her red eyes narrowed. Other than her mental state, everything else is fine. Why is her mental state fluctuating so erratically? The change in the numerical value is similar to panic or an increase in heartbeat. Ling Yin answered expressionlessly. It's probably because she saw Mr. Is that so? Kotori pursed her eyebrows and turned to the loudspeaker. She chuckled mischievously. Then, Oniai-chan, do you want to take advantage of the situation and take Meijio down? I won't be far from death by then. Wu Yan complained. Let's not talk about Meijio first. I have 4 elves here. Do you want me to show off my techniques to them? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kotori said in a domineering manner. It's not like there's any danger of reflux. We'll find a way to coax her back. Isn't that what you're best at? What? Best at my ass. I'm sorry, I'm your ass. When Wu Yan and Kotori were arguing, Meijio snorted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to look away from Wu Yan. However, she inadvertently glanced at Toka and the others behind Wu Yan. Looking at the 4 beauties standing behind Wu Yan, Meijio was stunned for a moment. Then, her silver eyes lit up. You are. Meijio stood up from her seat. Her expression was unusually bright. Her clear eyes swept across Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin. Her smile was very bright as she walked over. Meijio walked towards them with a smile on her face. For some reason, the 4 elven girls felt a sense of danger. They took a step back and hid behind Wu Yan's back. What do you want? Toka followed her heart and she tugged at Wu Yan's shirt. She didn't hold back when she said those words. She didn't hold back when she was talking to Wu Yan. Don't get too close to me. You look dangerous. Do you want to offend me? Yakuya's tone was still arrogant, but her petite body was fixed behind Wu Yan. You're really brave. Since that's the case, you better be mentally prepared to experience the terror of the 8 dance. Warning. Yushin's eyes flashed with vigilance. If you come any closer, Yushin has the right to defend herself. Woo woo. 4th Jinai pulled down the hat on her head and put it on her face. She appeared to be a little flustered and there were tears at the corner of her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Meijio stopped in her tracks. Her expression was blank as well. The rejection of the 4 elven girls seemed to have hit her hard. Wu Yan couldn't bear to see her like this. However, Meijio used her actions to tell Wu Yan that he was too naive. Natural. Chunibu. Powerless. And a cute and petite loli. Meijio's beautiful big eyes were already twinkling with little stars. Even her hands were clasped together and placed in front of her chest. Her face was filled with absent-mindedness and a blush, as if she was a young girl who had fallen in love. Her eyes became more and more blurred, and in the end, she could not help but cry out. Ah, he can't take it anymore. Following this scream, Meijio charged at Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Shisian with unprecedented speed. Please come and have a meal with me. Cute girls. Wah. Don't come over. Amidst their sorrowful cries, the 4 elf girls scrambled to escape. Ah. This is an offense. This is an offense. Shudder, don't run this way. Ah. Why are you running away? Wait. Wu Yan looked up at the sky and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 1175. Meijio. In the dimly lit venue, the fans in the audience were waving the light sticks in their hands crazily. They shouted a name that seemed to have been trained. The entire venue was filled with deafening cheers. Unfortunately, no matter how loud the cheers were, they couldn't drown out a voice. To be more precise, it was a voice that was amplified by a microphone. On the brightly lit stage, the sound of spotlights being turned on rang out several times within a short second. Spotlights of different colors shone on the center of the stage from different directions. Meijio, who was wearing a white gown and looked like a goddess of moonlight, was exposed to the audience's eyes. Meijio, at this moment, a voice that was several times louder than before soared into the sky. It reverberated throughout the entire venue, causing the ground to tremble. Standing on the brightly lit stage, Meijio looked down at the fans in the audience who were cheering wildly. She showed a sweet smile and opened her hands. Hello everyone. Hello, the overlapping voices of agreement replaced the cheers and echoed in every corner of the venue. Meijio nodded in satisfaction. She looked at a certain spot in the audience and blinked cutely. Thank you everyone for coming today. I'm very, very happy. So, I hope everyone can enjoy themselves today. After saying that, Meijio spun in a circle as though she was dancing. Then, clear music started to fill the air and filled the air. Following that was Meijio's enchanting song. She danced with light steps. She stretched her beautiful body. Under the lights, Meijio had an extremely sweet smile on her face. She danced along with the music and sang to her heart's content. As the song entered the climax, the tune became more and more cheerful. The spotlights on the stage became brighter and brighter. Meijio's dance became more and more intense. As the performance progressed, she displayed all of her abilities. The mood and atmosphere of the audience in the venue continued to expand. Everywhere was filled with enthusiasm and joy. So beautiful. In a narrow passage near the backstage, Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuxian were standing there. From the side of the stage, they were watching Meijio's performance from the closest distance. Listening to the beautiful melody, everyone's performance was different. Siyu's eyes were wide open as she watched Meijio dancing on the stage with a smile on her face. She couldn't help but be entranced by her singing. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with waves. Clearly, she had been conquered by Meijio's song. Yijuya and Shisian closed their eyes and listened to Meijio's song with their ears. Their expressions were serene. As for 10 fragrances, she blinked her innocent purple eyes and gradually became absent-minded. Even Toka, who didn't have a comprehensive understanding of idols and songs, and who didn't have much enthusiasm, was mesmerized by Meijio's performance. One could only imagine how good Meijio's singing was. Whether it was her movements, her dance, her expression, or her melody, Meijio displayed her overwhelming strength. She instantly captured the hearts of the audience in the venue. Coupled with the support of the audience who were waving the light sticks in their hands and shouting deafening cheers with all their might, who could have imagined it? Seductive Meijio was actually a singer who had only debuted half a year ago. Without a doubt, because of Meijio's song, the atmosphere in the venue had reached an unprecedented level of craziness and excitement. The emotions of the fans were also unusually high. If someone fainted because of too much excitement, then it wouldn't be surprising. Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yushin watched Meijio perform to her heart's content on the stage. Their faces were filled with longing. Perhaps, in every girl's heart, there was a dream to stand on the stage. Yushin, who was always listless, inadvertently noticed. Unlike everyone else who was captivated by Meijio's singing and charm, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. Yushin even noticed that from time to time, Wu Yan's brows would flash with disappointment and helplessness. Yushin, who was immersed in the stage, immediately woke up and looked at Wu Yan worriedly. "Master, do you not like Meijio's singing?" Yushin's voice attracted the attention of the other three girls. They all turned to look at Wu Yan. "What's wrong?" Toka met Wu Yan's eyes and asked in confusion, "Shido, do you not like Meijio's singing?" "Is that so?" Yakuya tilted his head and crossed his arms. "If Master doesn't like Meijio's singing, then let's leave, brother Shido." Yoshino grabbed Wu Yan's sleeve to show that she was on his side. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the worried gazes of the four elven girls who were still immersed in Meijio's performance. They didn't even hesitate to proclaim their love for him. "It's not that I don't like Meijio's singing." Wu Yan patted Yoshino's head to comfort her. He also held Yushin's hand and gave the four girls a reassuring look. He then looked at Meijio and sighed. "I'm just a little worried." Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yushin's spiritual energy was sealed so they didn't notice anything. However, Wu Yan could clearly sense it. When Meijio was singing, her voice was filled with spiritual energy. In other words, Meijio was still singing with her mesmerizing voice as usual. She was constantly using her power to arouse the enthusiasm of the audience. It wasn't that Meijio's singing wasn't good. Even if she didn't use her spiritual energy, her singing could still affect the audience's emotions. However, after using her spiritual energy, the audience's emotions would be amplified and they would become even more frenzied. What did this mean? It meant that Meijio was afraid. She was afraid that her singing wouldn't receive the support she expected. Perhaps, Meijio was worried that her singing wouldn't receive the expected response and she would be ridiculed by the audience. In other words, Meijio was afraid of her own fans. That's why she wanted to use this method to amplify the audience's emotions. Obviously, the past experience, even after half a year, still affected Meijio and left a shadow in her heart. That's why Wu Yan said he was worried. As for his disappointment, it wasn't because Meijio used her spiritual energy to sing. It was because he couldn't hear Meijio's original singing voice and he was simply disappointed. Therefore, the disappointed Wu Yan didn't notice that Meijio, who was about to take a break after the performance, happened to see Wu Yan's disappointed sigh. Meijio's heart trembled when she saw the worry and disappointment in his wine-red eyes. She glanced at Wu Yan and then at the fanatical fans in the audience. Meijio hesitated. Should he try and see if he could sing his original voice without using the power of the elves? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, Meijio's bright silver eyes were filled with endless fear. In her mind, half a year ago, she stood on the stage and received the cold and dark gazes of the audience. She tried her best to open her mouth and speak into the microphone in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. That scene of despair appeared in her mind, causing the fear in her eyes to magnify infinitely. Under the urge of extreme fear, the thought of using her own voice to sing instantly vanished. Meijio shook her head and forced a smile. She waved her hand at the audience below. Soon after, under the cheers and gazes of everyone present, she slowly walked towards the tunnel by the side. However, in the deepest part of Meijio's heart, the thought that had vanished into thin air had already concealed itself from Meijio, leaving behind a faint mark. Chapter 1176. On the way back to the resting room, no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. Toka, Yoshino, Yaguya, and Shissien tactfully walked at the back. They looked at Wu Yan and Meijio walking in front of them. They secretly exchanged glances. They seemed to be communicating something. Of course, although they said they were communicating through glances, there was only one emotion in Toka's eyes. It was confusion. Although Fourth Aunt's face was not filled with confusion, her beautiful big eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, she did not understand what the other three sisters were trying to say with their eyes. Only Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian were happily exchanging glances. From time to time, they would nod or shake their heads. They used extremely subtle movements to express what they wanted to say. Moreover, the other party seemed to understand what they were saying. It made people sigh in admiration. As expected of twin sisters, as for Wu Yan and Mei Jiao who were walking in front of them, they didn't even look back. One raised her head and looked at the ceiling while the other lowered her head and looked at the floor. A heavy atmosphere fluctuated between the two. It was very depressing. Mei Jiao secretly glanced at Wu Yan who was expressionlessly looking at the ceiling. She recalled Wu Yan's worried and disappointed gaze. She suddenly felt apologetic. She really wanted to apologize to Wu Yan. But then, Mei Jiao realized, she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything to make him angry. Was there a need to apologize? Thinking of this, Mei Jiao swallowed the apology that was about to come out of her mouth and lowered her head again. She continued to look at the floor. But Mei Jiao actually knew. She knew why Wu Yan was acting like that. But Mei Jiao didn't know how to respond. She could only choose to remain silent. For the current Mei Jiao, finding the voice of the past. It was too difficult. Giving up the voice of the present was even more difficult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she didn't want to. Even though that was what she was thinking, Mei Jiao's heart was unusually restless. She didn't want to continue remaining silent. She opened her red lips several times. However, he couldn't say anything and could only remain in this state. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan, who had been walking beside them and looking at the ceiling, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He grabbed Mei Jiao's hand and stopped. Mei Jiao was shocked. Looking at her hand being held by Wu Yan, in an instant, a reflexive resistance rose in her heart. That was Mei Jiao's reaction to her disgust towards men. Obviously, even if the other party was Wu Yan, Mei Jiao didn't want him to casually touch her body. What are you doing? Mei Jiao couldn't help but struggle. Let me go. Hearing this, Wu Yan glanced at the struggling Mei Jiao. He ignored her actions and pulled her behind him. Then, he lifted his head and looked ahead. His lips curled into a smile. What an unexpected guest, Mei Jiao, who was struggling, was stunned. It was only then that she realized, in the tunnel ahead, about 7 to 8 meters away from the group, there was a woman in office lady clothes with light blonde hair. She doesn't look like an Asian. She stood there and looked at them with a cold expression. Shido. Shido Oniai-san, master. I repeat. Master. Toka, Yoshino, Yagiya, and Yushin noticed something amiss as well. They ran behind Wu Yan and they looked ahead. When the girls saw the beautiful woman standing there, Toka cried out in shock. Aren't you the photographer from the school trip? That's right. It's Irene. It's her. In the command room of Fraxinus, Shina was shocked when she saw Irene on the big screen. Why is she there? Shina. Kotori turned around and looked at Shina. Do you know her? It's hard not to know her. Shina raised her head and smiled. However, that smile looked fake. Irene? Mira? Methers, the second executive department head of the DEM, was known as the world's strongest magician, and was the executive director of the DM, Isaac Methers. Isaac Ray? Bellum? Will Scott's right-hand man. He's a dangerous person. Dem? Night Moon and the other members of Ratatosk exclaimed in shock. The world's strongest magician. Kotori narrowed her eyes and asked Shina. Is she strong? Strong. Very strong. Without a doubt, he is the strongest in the world. When he answered this question, there was no hesitation at all. If I have the ability to kill an elf that hasn't manifested as an angel, then this person has the ability to kill an elf that has manifested as an angel in its complete form. Wah. Koteri's expression changed. On the other side, in the staff passage, Irene stared at Wu Yen, who stood in front of a group of fairy girls with a serious expression. Long time no see, elf. There's the red devil, fairy. Meijio looked at Wu Yen in shock. In return, Wu Yen shrugged. I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Yen revealed a smile that made Irene's heart tremble. Could it be that the world's strongest magician is captivated by Meijio's voice? Magician. Meijio's expression froze. She more or less understood the situation and why Wu Yen held her hand. She didn't resist and looked at Irene in silence. Irene glanced at Meijio before looking at Wu Yen. After saying this, Irene hesitated for a moment and softly called out, I'll directly express my intentions. I'm here to invite you. Invite me? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He seemed to recall something and smiled. Is it that disgusting guy Westcott? Irene frowned when she heard Wu Yen call Westcott disgusting. She didn't say anything and just stared at Wu Yen. Then what do you think? Brother. Don't agree. As soon as Irene finished her sentence, Koteri's voice sounded through the earpiece in a hurry. Dem's company in Heavenly Palace City is only a subsidiary company, but we don't know what they have. We can't just go to the enemy's base. Yeah. Onie-sama. Shina said. Although Dem is weaker than the parent organization of Ratatosk, Asgate Electronics, in terms of the manufacturing technology of the display device, they have been advocating the killing of elves for a long time. Therefore, their combat power is very strong. No matter how strong my brother is, he has no chance of winning against the entire Dem company. Captain. Yi Yu also spoke. Be careful, it might be a trap. Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. Irene thought he was going to refuse, so she changed the topic. Didn't you say it before? If I survive, you'll come with me to meet Ike. Well, I did say that. Wu Yen shrugged and he chuckled after thinking for a bit. Okay. I accept. Onie-sama. Koteri's sharp voice sounded in Wu Yen's ear. Don't worry. Wu Yen whispered into his earpiece. Don't forget, I still have familiars and ruby mode. Even if I can't get away, I can still teleport away. Koteri fell silent. Wu Yen glanced at Irene, who relaxed a little. He turned around and looked at the elven girls. That's it. Wait here, I'll be right back. The fairies wanted to say something, but Wu Yen interrupted them. Don't worry, it won't take long. Wu Yen shook the girl's hands and he looked at Meijio. Meijio, please take care of Toka and the others. Meijio snorted and looked away. I'll take care of these cute girls even if you don't tell me, then I'll leave it to you. Wu Yen nodded and said apologetically. I had something to do this time, so I had to leave. I'll be sure to finish the next concert. Meijio snorted coldly once again. However, the slight dissatisfaction that was faintly revealed in her eyes had dissipated. Wu Yen chuckled and he walked past Irene and headed outside. Irene also turned around, but before she turned around, she glanced at Meijio discreetly. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of light flickering. Chapter 1177. A corner of Tiangong City, DM Company. With the tallest and largest building as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred meters was actually the territory of the DM. With this area as the foundation, the DM was like the king of a territory. They built a lot of related facilities in the territory, such as office buildings, offices, research bases, and so on. Naturally, there were also residential areas specially provided for the DM staff. The building that stood in the middle like a giant pillar that supported the sky was the first office building of the DM branch company. It was also the most important building in the DM branch company. Under Irene's lead, Wu Yen walked through the spacious hall and walked along a rather glorious passage to the top floor of the first office building. According to Irene, Will Scott is waiting for his arrival there. Glancing around, the magicians dressed in all kinds of CR units, armed with weapons and looking at him with vigilant gazes. Wu Yan curled his lips lazily and looked at Irene. I say, Miss Irene, is this company usually so heavily guarded? Or is it so grand because of my arrival? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Irene's footsteps imperceptibly paused. She seemed to be thinking about how to answer Wu Yan's question, but this pause didn't even last for a second before she continued moving. Irene answered truthfully. This is the first office building of the company. Many of the DM's top secrets are kept here. Moreover, there are also DM's higher-ups moving around here. Therefore, the first office building is usually in this state of security. It has nothing to do with your arrival. Nothing to do with it? Irene didn't know whether to believe it or not. Wu Yan shrugged and said casually. It's usually so heavily guarded, I really don't know what the real state of alert is like, I really want to see. The current DM is very powerful. In the whole world, they were the ones with the highest right to speak. Plus, it has the technology to create a display device. I believe that in this world, no one wants to offend the DM for no reason. No one wants to offend the DM either. Irene glanced at Wu Yan, as if she was referring to something. It's been many years since a true state of alert has appeared, is that so? Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and followed Irene. Then why did you invite me in so openly? Do you think I don't have the ability to make the DEM go into alert? You misunderstood. You've misunderstood. Irene's expression turned cold. With your strength, the security here is nothing more than a facade. If you intend to force your way in, this level of security won't be able to stop you. Oh. Wu Yan chuckled as he shook his head. You speak as if I don't want to force, you really do trust me. You won't do that. Irene said expressionlessly. After all, this is just fulfilling the bet of our game. That's why I said you really do trust me. Wu Yan turned to look at Irene and smiled meaningfully. Are you that confident that I'll fulfill the bet of our game? What if I go back on my word? Or maybe they'll just kill you, who came here alone. You won't do that. Irene's expression didn't change in the slightest, and the look in her eyes began to sharpen. At least, if it were me, I wouldn't do that. You're stronger than me, you wouldn't do that either. Irene suddenly paused and her voice became softer. Of course, if it's Ike's order, then it's a different story. How loyal. Wu Yan didn't say anything else after that. He ignored the vigilant gazes of the surrounding guards and followed Irene through a series of dizzying corridors and special elevators to the top floor. 10 minutes later, Wu Yan arrived at a dimly lit floor under Irene's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was very dim here. Only some faint light shone out from some rooms with doors. From here on out, the number of guards on alert decreased. Of course, with fewer guards, the danger level increased by quite a bit. Wu Yan can see no less than 10 types of self-regulated display devices operating on their own. He believes that when it comes to defense, compared to other places with guards, this place would only be higher and not lower. Not long after, the two arrived in front of an automatic door. Irene took a few steps forward, took out an ID card and swiped it on the identification device beside her. The cold automatic door opened by itself, allowing Wu Yan to see the scene inside. It's a luxurious suite comparable to a hall. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and the furniture inside was obviously expensive. The sofa that was like a bed and the resplendent curtains were always eye-catching, appearing extremely luxurious. In front of the sofa, in front of a window that looked like a door, there was a tall man in his 30s. He was wearing a suit. He had a head of dark blonde hair and was wearing a suit. With a smile on his face, he looked like he had been waiting for a long time. The man looked over and his wine-red eyes met with Wu Yan's. Then, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Will Scott had the kind of smile that looked like he saw something he loved, suppressing his excitement. On the other hand, Wu Yan had the kind of sneer that looked like he would launch an attack at any time. Irene's expression froze when she saw the smiles on Wu Yan and Will Scott's faces. She subconsciously lightened her steps and walked up to Will Scott's side. Then, her beautiful face became as alert as the guards. Wu Yan was undoubtedly stronger than her. Now that he had come into contact with Will Scott, if he launched an attack now, Irene believed that she would not be able to stop him in time if she was not on guard. Therefore, even if it was for Will Scott, Irene had to be on guard. However, the two of them had completely forgotten about Irene. They stared at each other, as if they could see through each other's thoughts. After a long time, Will Scott broke the silence first. "Welcome, Red Devil, no, Itsuka Shido." The smile on Will Scott's face widened a little. "I'm Isaac. Lay? Baram? Will Scott? Well, you can just call me Will Scott. That's enough." Wu Yan waved his hand and sighed. "That's what I was planning to do, but the first impression you gave me, how should I put it? It couldn't be any worse. So, I'll skip the familiarity of calling you a friend. I'll just treat you as a passerby for now." Irene frowned deeply when she heard that. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Will Scott was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Is that so? That's not bad either. It's not a bad experience to be called respectfully all day long. Let's do it this way then. Thank you so much." Wu Yan let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, as if he was really glad he didn't have to call Will Scott by his name. Irene's expression turned uglier and uglier while Will Scott's smile grew brighter and brighter. It was a stark contrast. "Then, tell me why you invited me, Mr. Passerby, eh?" Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Will Scott, who was smiling like a fox. "If it were you, you wouldn't invite an elf to drink tea with you, right? That sounds good. That doesn't sound too bad. After all, I've never had tea with an elf before." Will Coat smirked. "However, if you agree to my conditions, we'll have plenty of time to drink tea together in the future." Will Scott revealed a fanatical smile and stared at Wu Yan. "So, if it's possible, can you join us?" Chapter 1178. So, if it's possible, can we invite you to our side? In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Westcott maintained his annoying smile as he stared at Wu Yan. Beside him, Elaine was shocked. She couldn't believe Westcott would say something like that. Westcott only needed the power of an elf. He had been obsessed with the power of an elf. It was unprecedented for him to invite an elf to join him. Compared to power, personality, and human nature were harder to control. Moreover, the elf was a completely different species from humans. What about the personality and human nature of an elf? One wrong move and he might end up burning himself. There was no way Westcott didn't know this, but he still made such an invitation. Even Irene, who had always been by his side and thought she knew him very well, was confused by his invitation. Compared to Irene, Wu Yan's expression is a lot lighter. He looked at Will Scott, who was smiling. "Let me ask you something first." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, is it that hard to understand?" "It's just the literal meaning." Westcott shrugged and opened his arms as if he was going to hug Wu Yan. He sounded excited. "I want to invite you to join DEM, just like Elaine. You can be my right-hand man. You can sit on the same level as me or even stand at the top of the world as long as you agree. No matter what you ask, I will do my best to satisfy you." Elaine's expression changed. Even Wu Yan is frowning, let alone Irene. Westcott was the executive director of DM. He was one of the higher-ups in the organization. DM was one of the top organizations in the world. Westcott's position was higher than the rulers of other countries. His position was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, Westcott made a special promise that he would do his best to fulfill whatever request Kieran made. Regardless of who it was, they would be moved by the promise. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Wu Yan and Irene, this promise is like a joke. "Are you out of your mind?" Wu Yan sighed and he continued without holding back. "Left and right hands? Equal footing? The top of the world? Do you think an elf would crave power? Any other request is fine too. Westcott's smile didn't waver. His bewitching voice echoed in the air. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to fulfill it. Even if I can't, I will do my best to fulfill it. What do you think? Westcott extended his hand to Wu Yan. His lips curled up. Do you want to join me? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into silence once again. Irene fell silent. She definitely didn't support Westcott's idea, but since it was Westcott's own will, even if she didn't support it, she would still follow it. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to Westcott's outstretched hand. He stared at Westcott's face. After a long while, he sighed again. I was wondering what you were going to say to me. I didn't expect it to be something so boring. Oh. Will Scott nodded without any surprise and turned his body sideways. So, you're rejecting me? I'm confused. What gave you the confidence that I would agree to your request? Wu Yan snickered. He looked at Irene, who was standing beside him. Is it the so-called world's strongest magician? Ignoring Irene's frosty expression, Wu Yan scanned his surroundings. Or is it this weak-looking dem? His wine-red eyes landed on Will Scott. Wu Yan revealed a smile that isn't a smile. Or do you think you have the magnanimity to make me submit to you? I see. In other words, you can't find a reason to stay? Will Scott held his forehead helplessly as if he was having a headache. However, he suddenly smiled when he thought of something. How about something else? Will Scott said as if he had found something fun. For example, if you don't agree, the girls around you. Before he could finish his words, Will Scott's pupils shrunk. All his words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Because the figure that was originally standing in front of him had suddenly vanished from the spot under his gaze. What replaced it was a somewhat scorching and somewhat ice-cold feeling that came from his back, causing him to freeze on the spot. What? Elaine was shocked. She jumped away. With a flash of brilliance, the special CR unit, called Pandaragon, appeared on her body and covered her body. When Elaine turned around and looked in the direction of Westcott, her hand that was about to pull out the laser light sword on her back froze in the air. The expression on her face changed drastically. Although I more or less know that you are very annoying before I came. Like a close friend, Wu Yan leaned on Westcott's back. His eyes looked straight at the scene of Tiangong City outside the window. His voice was indifferent, but it gave the two people a cold feeling. But after I really got in touch with you, I realized that you are not annoying, but disgusting. The smile on Will Scott's face slowly disappeared. His sharp eyes couldn't help but waver. For the first time, indifference appeared in his tone. Really? That's really a pity. I really want to have a good relationship with you. It's really a pity. Keeping his back to Westcott, Wu Yan shook his head, ignoring Elaine, who was worried that he would suddenly attack. Unfortunately, in the end, you can only be a passerby in my life. You don't even have the qualification to be remembered by me. After that, Wu Yan stepped away from Westcott's back and came to the window under Elaine's gaze. Let me give you a piece of advice. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Westcott. A dangerous bloody light flashed in his eyes. Don't touch people you shouldn't touch. It's best not to do things you shouldn't do. Usually, this kind of person will die faster, Mr. Passerby A. After leaving such a sentence, an abnormal wave rose from Wu Yan's body. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Ike. Elaine's eyes swept across all the corners of the scene and then looked at Westcott. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. He won't even bother to attack me. Westcott shook his head and laughed. However, Irene, your previous evaluation of him seems to have been too low. Hearing this, Irene fell silent and clenched her fists tightly. At first, Elaine thought that even if she wasn't Wu Yan's match, she could at least escape with Westcott when he attacked. In the end, she didn't even know when the other party had moved or when he had run behind Will Scott. If Wu Yan had attacked Will Scott just now, Elaine's face paled at the thought. Seeing this, Westcott took a deep breath and laughed bitterly, which was rare for him. Looks like I can't act rashly before I know his exact strength. Westcott walked to the window and looked at the sky outside with a frown. If that's the case, the people around him who look very similar to Princess, Nightmare, Berserker, and Hermit won't be able to move as well. This is going to be a little tricky. Hearing Westcott's words, Irene was silent for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Then, what about Diva? What about Diva? Diva? Westcott was taken aback. He looked at Elaine in confusion. What do you mean? When I went to invite Shido, I detected a psychic wave in a concert venue. Irene narrowed her eyes. The song performed at the concert seemed to contain spiritual energy. Westcott's eyes lit up and he smiled. Chapter 1179. In the morning, the sky was clear and clean. Passing through the layers of floating clouds, the sunlight was like strands of golden threads, crisscrossing in the snow-white clouds, sewing the scattered clouds into an incomparably beautiful pattern, emitting a dazzling halo, causing people's eyes to brighten. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, the red sunlight poured down like a torrent. The ground looked like it's on fire, the heat caused the air to distort. It had already been 2 months since the end of the last cultivation trip. Traveling to the seaside during the summer was undoubtedly a very beautiful thing. The memories of the trip to Huime Island were still more or less lingering in the minds of the students and teachers of Lai Chan High School. During this period of time, many students in the school frequently talked about it and yearned for it. After all, even though 2 months had passed, summer was still not over. On the contrary, the weather was getting hotter and hotter. After 2 months, the temperature in Heavenly Palace City was even higher than when they went on a study trip to Huime Island, so some students who were afraid of the heat did not want to go out. Of course, that's because they don't know how hot it was on Itagami Island during the blood-sucking frenzy. Otherwise, they would think they're in heaven. Compared to the temperature on Itagami Island, the highest temperature ever recorded in Heavenly Palace City was only room temperature on Itagami Island. The two are not on the same level. This point could be seen from a certain person who was still sleeping under the scorching sun. Master. Get up. You're going to be late for school. Wake up. If you don't wake up, Shi Xian is going to prank Master. Yesterday, he won the battle for the right to sleep with Toka and Yoshino. Yagiya and Shi Xian, who slept with Wu Yen until dawn, just finished tidying up their bed sheets and clothes. Then, they started the arduous and thankless task of cleaning the floor. Seeing Wu Yen sleeping like a dead pig despite their calls, Yagiya and Shi Xian exchanged glances with each other. They had helpless looks on their faces. Damn it, this master. How can she be so lazy? She's not like this when she's awake. Isn't this too embarrassing for us, the Witch of Hurricane, the Master of Ba Wu? Question. Shi Xian really doesn't understand why Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian are unable to wake Master up every time. On the other hand, Master's younger sister could easily wake him up. This is the so-called experience, right? Ah. If it weren't for 10 fragrances and 4 fragrances always fighting with us for the right to sleep in the Master's room, we would have learned the skill of waking up the Master long ago. Indignant, this is indeed unforgivable. Master is clearly Shi Xian and Yi Juya's master. The right to sleep beside Master should always belong to us. That's right. Looks like I'll have to give them an unforgettable trial next time. Agreed. So far, Ye Juya, Shi Xian, 10 incense, and 4 Kenai have a record of 35 wins and 25 losses. This side has the absolute advantage. It is indeed different with Yi Ju Shi's help. No. This is all thanks to Shi Xian. 10 incense and 4 Kenai lost to Shi Xian. I definitely can't do it alone, agreed. Shi Xian definitely can't do it alone. She needs Yi Ju Shi. That's right. If Shi Xian and I work together, we are invincible. Agreed. As the two sisters chatted, they actually started hugging each other on Wu Yan's bed as if there was no one else around. Their tone was full of praise for each other and modesty for themselves. As the two of them chatted, a suspicious blush appeared on their faces. In that instant, the two of them seemed to be surrounded by pink air. Coupled with the blush and smiles on their faces, they looked like a super sweet couple. Who would believe that just 2 months ago, the two of them were still engaged in a life and death duel? Immersed in their sisterly love, the two of them kept emitting their bell-like laughter and sweet voices. However, no matter how sweet and pleasant they sounded, they were like flies buzzing in a certain someone's ears. They kept buzzing, making his veins bulge. Finally, at a certain moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but yell. He tore off the blanket on his body. Then, he turned around and pushed Yejuya and Shi Xian onto the bed. He flipped over and pressed his body on top of them. Wu Yan's face was as black as charcoal. His wine-red eyes stared fiercely at the two beautiful faces right in front of him. He looked like he was gritting his teeth, causing the Baowa sisters to yell again. You suddenly woke up. You scared me, shoo. If Master didn't wake up, Shi Xian would have called coterie. The two of you kept chattering in my ears. I had no choice but to wake up. Angrily clenching his teeth, Wu Yan looked down at the two exquisite faces and wickedly smiled. This won't do. I have to give you a little punishment, Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian were both startled. Then, they let out a strange cry at the same time as their delicate bodies stiffened. This was because one of Enlushan's claws had slid down the curves of their bodies, one under Yejuya and the other on Shi Xian's chest. Wu. The Baowa sisters instantly blushed. Sensing the strange sensation coming from their bodies, they couldn't help but begin to struggle. But rather than saying that they were struggling, it was more accurate to say that they were twisting and turning. Their somewhat uncomfortable bodies even began to breathe faster. The Baowa sisters were no longer the foolish elves from 2 months ago who only knew half of what was going on. After 2 months of the Temptation Special Training video, that no one knew about, Yi Jia and Shi Xian had already acquired a certain level of knowledge. But it was precisely because they had gained a certain level of knowledge that the two elven girls no longer dared to seduce Wu Yan. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it with Wu Yan, but that they were simply shy and timid. Thus, whenever Wu Yan touched the Baowa sisters would react like young girls in love, becoming extremely shy. They were no longer as open as they had been 2 months ago, when they had used the 3 seduction steps provided by the kind-hearted person on Haimai Island. Alas, the 2 elven girls had no idea that this sort of reaction would only arouse the filthy thoughts in the heart of a certain wolf. One on each hand, one on top and one on bottom, he rubbed the soft parts of the 2 girls. He licked the corner of his lips and sighed. As expected, one focuses on being soft and slender while the other focuses on being full and voluptuous. Hearing that, the redness on Yi Jia and Shi Xian's faces grew even stronger. However, Yi Jia soon voiced his dissatisfaction. Ugh, why does Master like to touch Shi Xian's breasts every time? While holding back his breath, Yeguia continued to speak in a fragrant voice. But I have something to say too, sigh. Shi Xian also has the same question. With a blush on her face, Shi Xian couldn't help but twist her upper body that was being rubbed up and down by Wu Yan. Why does Master like to touch Yejuya's entire body but only touch Shi Xian's breasts? Well, it's your fault for having your own merits. Wu Yan's hands moved faster, causing the Baowa sisters to moan. Then, he smiled and said, as for me, of course, I would focus more on the areas that I like. After rubbing a few more times, Wu Yan withdrew his hands with some regret, allowing the Baowa sisters who had almost reached the peak to catch their breath. Ha. Yejuya's eyes were slightly dazed, his clothes were extremely messy. Is it already over? Opinion. Shi Xian panted, her watery eyes turned to Wu Yan. Shi Xian thinks, it's not over yet, although I really want to continue. If we make too much of a fuss and Shirori finds out, it would be very scary. It's better to leave the beautiful things for the future. Wu Yan sighed and stood up. Alright, you girls should quickly tidy yourselves up. We have an important meeting to attend today. Meeting? Did you forget? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw the confused looks on the sisters' faces. The large-scale cultural festival held by the 10 high schools in Tiangong City, the Tianyang Festival, will be held soon. Our class will also have to discuss the Tianyang Festival. After saying that, Wu Yan glanced at the Bawa sisters. What? You don't want to participate? How is that possible? Repeat. That's impossible. Yagoya and Dushin jumped down with excitement on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle at their excitement. Chapter 1180. 30 years ago, Heavenly Palace City was an area formed by the devastating destruction caused by a huge space earthquake. It was redeveloped and born from that. Although the current Heavenly Palace City was not very prosperous, it still maintained a considerable population. However, at the beginning of the redevelopment period, due to the threat of the space earthquake, not many people were willing to live in Heavenly Palace City. As a result, the population of Heavenly Palace City was very small compared to the area of the area. Under such circumstances, at that time, both the number of schools and the number of students were very small. It was absolutely impossible to hold a cultural festival that would be lively. Therefore, at that time, the cultural festival that was born was an event that was planned to be lively together. Because the population of a single school was very small, at that time, the cultural festival was decided to be jointly held by the schools in Heavenly Palace City. With the number of people, the cultural festival could be really lively. This was the origin of the large-scale cultural festival jointly held by 10 high schools, including Lai Chan High School, the Tianyang Festival. At first, the purpose of the birth of the Tianyang Festival was just to make the cultural festival more lively with the joint efforts of various schools. But later, as more and more schools participated in the Tianyang Festival, it developed to the current 10 schools. The Tianyang Festival had become a famous large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City. This small celebration was held by high school students in a sparsely populated area at the beginning. Now, after about 30 years of development, it had become a large-scale event that had to be held in the central square of Heavenly Palace City for 3 consecutive days. Such a large-scale event, even in Heavenly Palace City itself. Now, because it was impossible to cancel the Tianyang Festival, which had grown into a huge event, they could only acquiesce and let the Tianyang Festival continue to this day. Every year, when the Tianyang Festival was held, TV stations would come to interview and report, and there would also be many tourists from outside the city. There were even many junior high school students who decided their high school choice according to the grand occasion of the Tianyang Festival, so the Tianyang Festival evolved into a cultural festival not only limited to high schools, but also had great significance in driving economic development. Therefore, in Heavenly Palace City, every high school attached great importance to the holding of the Tianyang Festival. The fact that the Tianyang Festival could attract junior high school graduates meant that the high schools in Tiangong City had to pay attention to this event. Because of this, even though there was still some time before the Tianyang Festival, every high school in Tiangong City was already busy preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Naturally, Lai Chan High School was among them. Today, Lai Chan High School would be closed for the day. The school allowed all students to go to the gymnasium to participate in the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony. From this, it could be seen just how much importance did the school place on the Tianyang ceremony. Of course, it wasn't just the school. The students also attached great importance to the Tianyang ceremony. After all, it was the largest annual event in Heavenly Palace City. High school students who were still at the age where they liked to play would not miss such a lively event. They were all full of interest. As a result, by the time Wu Yan brought Toka, Yejuya, and Shixian to Lai Chan High School's gymnasium, it was already packed with people. If they hadn't attended the Qixi Festival and Meijio's concert, Toka, Yejuya, and Shixian would have cried out in shock. At this time, although there were many people in the gymnasium, it had not reached the level of the first 2. There weren't that many students in Lai Chan High School. However, Wu Yan's arrival attracted the attention of all the students in the gymnasium. Each and every one of the students directed their resentful gazes at Wu Yan. It's as if they're practicing a godly art that can kill people with their gazes. Wu Yan, who was walking towards his class, stopped in his tracks. The expression on his face became resentful. However, there was no other way. After all, Wu Yan was so famous in Lichang High School. He had a beautiful girlfriend and an equally beautiful fiancée. How could he not attract attention? On top of that, the recently transferred twin sisters who are equally beautiful to the point of suffocation called him master in front of the whole class on their first day at school. It's impossible for him not to become famous when he has to carry around these two super beauties with him every day. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he felt the sharp gazes coming from all around him. No wonder Shiji didn't wait for us and went out today. She should have expected this situation long ago, right? Jeju sure laughed with her hands on her hips like a domineering queen. Isn't it natural for them to look at us in awe? Hee hee. Wu Yan laughed dryly and spat out. Are you sure that's a look of awe? After speaking, Wu Yan sighed and walked towards his class under everyone's gaze. He glared at Shirori, but she rolled her eyes in return. Not long after, the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony officially began. On a high platform in front of them, the principal of Lichang High School finished his speech. Then, a director went on stage to explain the Tianyang ritual. The Tianyang Festival is an event jointly held by 10 high schools in Tiangong City. It is different from ordinary cultural festivals. In addition to making preparations for the festival activities of the school, there must also be a person in charge to supervise the progress of all work and communicate with other schools. Here, we must first elect a committee member to take charge of the Tianyang ceremony. At this moment, the students in the gymnasium quieted down. The purpose of participating in the Tianyang ceremony is to have fun. If one becomes a committee member, they'll be able to have less time to play. Plus, there's a lot of work to do. Who would be willing to be a committee member? The director seemed to have sensed something was wrong and quickly explained. Actually, most of the work regarding the Tianyang festival has already been completed. The responsibility of the executive committee member is to supervise the progress of the follow-up task and negotiate with the executive committee members of the other high schools about the Tianyang festival to avoid any conflicts. Hearing the headmaster's words, the enthusiasm of the students was not aroused. All of them looked at each other and remained silent, causing the entire place to be silent. Seeing this situation, Wu Yan curled his lips before opening a can of drink and drinking it. It has nothing to do with him, right? Unfortunately, Wu Yan was wrong. Maybe it had nothing to do with Wu Yan before, so the director wouldn't have chosen him. However, Wu Yan did something wrong. He shouldn't have opened the can of drink in such a quiet environment. As a result, the crisp sound of a can being opened echoed throughout the stadium, attracting the attention of everyone present. When they saw that the one who caused the commotion was Wu Yan, the eyes of all the boys lit up with a scheming glint in their eyes. Director. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the gymnasium. I recommend Itsuka Shido to be a committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. Pfft. The sudden voice made Wu Yan widen his eyes and he spat out the drink in his mouth without leaving a single drop behind. At the same time, all the boys in the gymnasium shouted loudly. I agree. I vote for Itsuka Shido. I agree too. Itsuka Shido is the only one who can take on such an important role. I absolutely agree. How can we let this bastard live a life of having girls on his left and right every day? That's right. We have to make him a coolie. That's right. That's right. The shouts at the front could barely be brushed off perfunctorily, but the voices at the back were practically shouting out all the thoughts in their hearts. The girls seemed to think that they should drag Itsuka Shido down with them, so they all joined the chorus. Suddenly, the gymnasium was filled with the words, Itsuka Shido. Ahem. On the stage, the director coughed into the microphone to suppress the noise. Then, he glanced at Wu Yan and smiled. In that case, Itsuka Shido from Grade 2 Class 4 will be the committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. Oh, the cheers that were loud enough to shake the gymnasium resounded through the clouds, a stark contrast to Wu Yan's stunned expression. The cheers lingered for a long time. Chapter 1181. Heavenly Palace City, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Looking at the dignified school gate made of red bricks, the road paved with red bricks, and the castle-like school building at the very front, Wu Yan sighed as he stood at the school gate. In the end, it still ended up like this. The private Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was one of the best high schools in Heavenly Palace City. It was like the Tokuwadai High School in the world of A Magic Catalog, and the White Emperor Academy in the world of Butler Whirlwind. In Tiangong City, basically, no one did not know such a super famous school. Naturally, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was chosen as the venue for the joint meeting of the 10 high schools during the Tianyang Festival. Wu Yan, who was scammed by almost all the students of Lai Chan High School and became a committee member of Lai Chan High School's Tianyang Festival, came here to participate in the joint meeting of the Tianyang Festival while everyone else was having a good holiday. Perhaps it was because there were club activities or because they were preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Students could be seen everywhere at the gate of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy on the weekend. Young ladies in white and blue sailor uniforms walked into Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy one after another. As soon as they entered, they scattered in all directions. Obviously, they all had their own things to do. In addition to the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, some students in uniforms from other schools also entered Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. They were probably committee members of the Tianyang Festival like Wu Yan. Like Wu Yan, they were also here to participate in the joint meeting. Going to another school to hold a meeting on the weekend made the committee members of the Tianyang ritual speechless. They sighed along the way, their faces full of laziness. But the difference was that they were sighing about the busy work ahead of them. Wu Yan was different. The reason why Wu Yan sighed the first second he arrived here is because, in this prestigious school, he is the only one who can do this. An acquaintance. Oh. What an amazing place. Is this also a school? Wow. It seems like we've come to an incredible place. While Wu Yan is still lamenting over his fate, Wu Yan decided to leave. Behind him, Yi Jia and Shi Xian, who were standing side by side a step away from him, let out surprised gasps. A place like this is where Ba Wu, the son of Hurricane, should be. Yi Jia's silver eyes were already glowing as he turned to look at Wu Yan. Master. Why didn't he transfer here? Why did he choose to study in that shabby Lai Chan High School? Agreed, Shi Xian thinks so too. Shi Xian's eyes were half open as she tilted her head and said eloquently, studying in such a school must be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, it's an all-female school. Only female students can study here. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked at Yi Jia and Shi Xian in annoyance. In any case, I won't be studying in an all-female school. If you want, I can help you with the transfer procedures so you can come here and enjoy life as a student of a prestigious school. Both Yi Jia and Shi Xian shook their heads vigorously when they heard this. Although, it looks good, a truly noble person wouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lai Chan High School doesn't look bad either. That means Shi Xian doesn't want to study in an ownerless school at all. Wu Yan shook his head when he saw how embarrassed the sisters were. Alright, let's hurry up and finish the meeting and go home. Leaving these words behind, Wu Yan walked towards the school gate. The Baku sisters quickly followed behind him like two adorable attendants. If they were to wear maid outfits, they would definitely be mistaken as genuine maids. Unfortunately, the sisters always thought of themselves as slaves. Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to correct them. It's not a bad thing to have two super cute girls following behind him. Inside a meeting room in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, a lot of students in different uniforms gathered in the meeting room. They sat down on the seats with their school's name on them and waited for the meeting to begin. Perhaps they were intimidated by the name, prestigious school, but the committee members of the Tianyang rituals sat up straight. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Only Wu Yan, Yi Jia, and Shi Xian behaved as usual. It didn't take long for the committee members of each school to arrive. As if on cue, the door to the meeting room opened the moment all the committee members arrived. A group of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students in sailor outfits swarmed in. They stood in 2 rows as if they were welcoming a distinguished guest. The students were stunned. They looked at each other with question marks written all over their heads. Even Yi Juya and Shi Xian started whispering to each other. Wu Yan was the only one who couldn't bear to watch and covered his face. While everyone was whispering to each other, a student in sailor outfits walked into the passage between the 2 rows of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students. She looked like a queen. Her footsteps were light and graceful. Her wavy, violet long hair fluttered in the wind. Her sparkling silver eyes were filled with arrogance and a noble and elegant confidence. Although she was wearing the same uniform as the 2 rows of girls around her, the overwhelming presence and voluptuous figure emitted from her body instantly became the most eye-catching existence in the scene. All the students in the conference room collectively fell into a deathly silence. They held their breaths, their gazes unable to leave the girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this world. At this moment, the girl was undoubtedly the main character of this world. Welcome to Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, committee members of the Tianyang ritual. Walking up to the front stage, the young girl faced everyone present with a leisurely smile on her face. Her slow and leisurely tone reverberated in the surroundings, entering the ears of everyone present. I'm the committee member of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy's Tianyang ritual, Temptress Meijio. Temptress Meijio. At this moment, the conference room was filled with exclamations. Temptress Meijio. As long as one lived in Heavenly Palace City, very few people would not know this name. In just half a year, she became popular in the music industry. She had an intoxicating voice and was a super popular idol in the mystery faction, Temptress Meijio. Could it be her? The committee members from the other schools widened their eyes in astonishment. Upon witnessing their reactions, the students from Dragon Gall Monastery Women's College raised their heads proudly as though they were the ones who were talking about themselves. One could imagine how popular Meijio was in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy if she could make a group of young ladies from prestigious families behave like this. However, while everyone present was expressing their shock and pride, Yi Juya and Shi Xian seemed to have only just realized what was going on, and they immediately cried out in surprise. It's you! Surprised exclamations replaced all the other voices in the meeting room. Everyone in the room also looked over in surprise, including Meijio herself. Meijio gasped when she saw the shocked Yakuya and Dushin as well as Wu Yan, who was covering his face like he didn't have the guts to look at anyone. Meijio's jaw dropped as she gasped in shock. Why are you guys here? At this moment, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. They were all at a loss. Could the 3 people who came to Dragon Gall High School be acquaintances with Temptress Meijio? When they thought of this, they looked at Wu Yan, Yagia, and Shi Xian with curiosity, and disbelief. It seems like they are trying to figure out something from the trio. Of course, those executive committee members wanted to see if this seductress Meijio was the super popular idol. On the other hand, the ladies of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy wanted to see if the man and 2 ladies before them were acquaintances of their noble elder sister. Wu Yan sighed when he sensed the gazes directed at him. He waved his hand weakly at Meijio, who is still on the stage. Anyway, let's finish this meeting first, Meijio nodded in a daze. Chapter 1182. Heavenly Palace City, in a house. Sitting in a luxurious reception room, Wu Yan looked around at the carefully designed windows and doors and the spacious balcony outside. He scratched his cheek. Are all idols this rich? Can you not make such a cheesy comment? Meijio, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Wu Yan, frowned and turned her head away unhappily. You're the first man to come to my house, it's okay to feel honored. Really? It has been a long time since I last saw you. Wu Yan nonchalantly picked up the cup filled with black tea and he took a sip of it. Good tea leaves, unfortunately, the brewing technique is a bit lacking, otherwise, the taste would be even better. Era, you sound like you're really good at it. Meijio pouted like a child whose toy had been desecrated. You're a man, you can drink water, why drink black tea? Sorry, I'm a man who likes to drink black tea. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and raised the cup in his hand. That's why I can say that about your tea. Since you know that it's me who made it, you should drink it with gratitude. Meijio's beautiful face was stiff. She turned her head and looked at the Baowu sisters who were happily pointing at the courtyard below. They seemed to be chatting about something. She sighed. Why are you the committee member for the Tianyang festival at Lichon High School? It's not Yaguya or Shixian. It's fine as long as there are girls. I know you're sexist, I know you treat men like flies, but I still don't like it. He bitterly laughed. He put down his teacup and he looked at Meijio. But I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you taking care of Xiang and the others during the concert, I would have a headache. If you don't mind, I can take care of them for the rest of your life. No. I mind. I mind very much. Wu Yan refused without hesitation. This made Meijio unhappy again. She glanced at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before asking. That woman last time was a human magician, right? His hand that was about to reach for the cup paused. Wu Yan looked up. His gaze directly met the other party's somewhat serious gaze. He smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid of trouble? Wu Yan mentally prepared himself for Meijio's rebuttal. Who would have guessed that Meijio would say something like that? Meijio nodded with a serious expression. I don't know how to describe it, but I can feel that person is different from the magicians I've dealt with before. He's dangerous. Wu Yan paused for a moment. When he confirmed that Meijio's expression and words were true, he shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot. Even if you were a human, you're now an elf. If you can sense danger, it means that you're not only talented in singing. Why do you always think that you're useless? You're so long-winded. Meijio glared at Wu Yan angrily. I know you know me well, but can you please stop bringing up my past? It's very annoying. Well, I don't really care. Wu Yan shrugged. I am prepared for a long battle with you, I don't mind a little while. Can you answer my questions seriously? Meijio held her forehead as if she had a headache. Because of this matter, I've been troubled recently. Also, didn't she say that you're an elf? Are you really an elf? Let's not talk about whether it's a fairy or not for now. Wu Yan waved his hand and he interrupted Meijio. But it's true that she's very dangerous. If you go against her, you have almost no chance of winning. Meijio wanted to refute. That's only natural. In this world, the elves had the power equivalent to a natural disaster. Although Meijio hasn't been an elf for long, she has fully grasped the power of an elf. Therefore, Meijio knew how powerful an elf is. Meijio had fought against magicians equipped with CR units before, but in the past, these magicians could barely protect themselves even when they attacked her in groups. How could they be as strong as an elf, or even stronger than an elf? In addition, because of her own experience, Meijio looked down on humans from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she didn't want to believe that a human could defeat her. However, the pressure she felt from Irene that day made Meijio unable to refute even if she wanted to. Ever since she became an elf, other than the first time she met Wu Yan, this was the first time Meijio felt this way. She couldn't help but be concerned. With a bit of unwillingness on her face, Meijio asked in a low voice, can humans really be stronger than elves? I know you don't want to believe it. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. But in fact, in this world, there are 3 humans who possess strength and talent comparable to, or even greater than, the elves. 3. The Baowu sisters who were playing outside the balcony walked in. They seemed to have heard the conversation between Wu Yan and Meijio. Are there really humans who are stronger than elves? Jejuya's face was full of disbelief. And there are 3 of them? I doubt it, Shixian also doesn't believe it. Shixian frowned and tilted her head with her hands behind her back. Yaga Shi and Shixian immediately entered dual mode when they arrived in the modern realm and left the modern realm. That's why they haven't encountered any human magicians. The humans they've seen recently are all toothless paper tigers. They're not strong at all, you said it yourself, you just haven't encountered them yet. Wu Yan took a deep breath of the black tea. He pondered for a moment and looked at the 3 elven girls. Since you don't know, I'll tell you today. Don't wait until you encounter them. If something happens due to carelessness, it'll be troublesome. Meijio, Jejuya, and Shi Xian held their breaths. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Wu Yan. They were serious. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. The reason why human magicians can have extraordinary power is that they are equipped with a display device that can reproduce magic through scientific means, the CR unit. Since it is a piece of equipment, the skill of controlling the equipment and the talent of the individual are the fundamental factors that determine one's strength. Among the humans, there are 3 people who are extremely skilled at controlling the CR unit. He tapped his finger on the surface of a cup of black tea on the table, and the surface of the black tea in the teacup immediately rippled. Not long after, the image of a petite girl with a blue ponytail and a mole under her eye appeared in the tea. Her name is Chonggong Zhenna. She's one of the 3 people who are good at manipulating CR units. Her body has been processed with a lot of magic power, which is why she's much stronger than common magicians when she's equipped with CR units at such a young age. Even when she's fighting against elves, if the elves are relatively weak, she's definitely capable of killing them. But now, Zhenna has become a member of Ratatoskr. She's on our side, so you don't have to worry about her. Wu Yan tapped the surface of the tea again. The image on the tea rippled again. It was replaced by a girl with short white hair and a cold expression. Her name is Toichi Origami. She's a member of AST. Her strength isn't that outstanding, she's only a little stronger than a normal magician. However, her skills and talent in controlling the CR unit are top-notch. The reason she's not that strong now is because the CR unit of AST is too weak. If you give her the latest CR unit, she might be even stronger than Zhenna. But for now, you don't have to worry. As long as she's in AST, she won't be able to make a name for herself. However, if you run into her, try not to get into a fight if you can. Lastly, with a wave of his hand, Toichi Origami's image on the surface of the tea was replaced by Irene. This person is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. Chapter 1183. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 elven girls present immediately changed, and their beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Is this person really that dangerous? His hands were on his hips as he leaned over the teacup. His silver eyes stared at Irene's reflection on the surface of the teacup. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Doesn't she look like a normal human? Huh. I have a question. Is this woman the one who invited Master to the concert last time? Shi Xian recalled what she saw that day. Her narrowed eyes narrowed even further. Shi Xian thinks that person isn't as simple as she looks. Do you think so too? Meijio couldn't help but look at Shi Xian with a grave expression. I also felt an unusual oppressive feeling from that person. She's the most dangerous of the 3. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and pursed his lips. Her name is Irene? Mira? Methers is the best at CR unit technology in history, and no one can surpass her. Moreover, she also has her own personal CR unit. With both of them combined, her strength can be said to be far beyond Shinna and Kite Origami. In fact, she might even surpass most of the elves. She can definitely fight alone and kill the elves. So strong. Yi Jia couldn't help but bite his thumbnail. His expression was a little ugly. I'm sure she's strong. At least, I don't think the 3 of you are a match for her even if you work together. Wu Yan sighed as he ignored the elven girl's expressions. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, this Elaine was still the person from the Gadem company who advocated the killing of the elves. Moreover, she was currently loyal to an ambitious guy who was eyeing the elves covetously. Compared to the previous 2 people, compared to the other 2, she's the kind of dangerous person who will go after elves even if they don't come looking for elves. So, Wu Yan warned Meijio, Yaguya, and Yuxian in a serious tone. If you meet her alone, or even together, don't hesitate. Just run. Because even if you don't have any enmity against her, she won't let you go. Following this sentence, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Even the temperature was showing signs of dropping. At the very least, Meijio, Yakuya, and Dushin felt chills running down their spines when they heard Wu Yan's words. Perhaps she was trying to change the topic. Maybe she's trying to escape from reality. Meijio looked at Wu Yan and she asked him with a nervous tone. Could it be that even you aren't a match for this person called Irene? Jejuya and Shixien looked at Wu Yan nervously. Meijio, Jejuya, and Shixien have all fought with Wu Yan before. They were easily defeated by him. Jejuya and Shixien even joined forces and used their strongest skill, Angel. They couldn't even hurt Wu Yan. If even Wu Yan wasn't a match for this person called Irene. They don't dare to imagine how strong this magician named Elaine is. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the nervous expressions on the three elves' faces. He could more or less guess what they were thinking. Don't worry, although Irene is strong. She's stronger than most elves, but she's still not a match for me. Wu Yan shrugged and said to the three elves, I fought her once on Homie Island. It's not hard to take care of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited me that day. She would have taken me away by force. The three elves sighed in relief when they heard that. The heaviness in their hearts dissipated. What? Then this Elaine isn't that strong either. Yaguya raised his chin, a domineering smile appeared on his face again. Even if I'm not a match for her alone, Shixien is here. If we work together. She's invincible, I know. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Jejuya. Perhaps you're the Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanav, that you and Shixien can use to threaten Ellen, but if you want to defeat her, just that attack alone is not enough. For this reason, it's best that you don't let your guard down. What? Jejuya mumbled and stopped talking. He still didn't believe a human could be that strong, but since it was Wu Yan who said it, he chose to believe him. Depressing, it's shocking that such a strong human exists. Shixien lowered her head but quickly raised it again. But Jejuya and Shixien won't leave Master. With Master here, there's no need to worry. The problem should be with you. Jejuya glanced at Meijio. You seem to have always been alone. If that human finds you, it should be very dangerous, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Meijio pursed her lips as if she was trying to be brave. Let's not talk about whether the magician knows that I'm an elf. Even if she knows, I don't have to be afraid of her. My Gab Jappel can control other people. If I really meet her, even if I can't control her, I can control her companions to stall her and then escape. What if she doesn't bring her companions? Shixien hit the nail on the head. Won't you still be in danger? Meijio. Under the gaze of the three people present, Meijio opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. She could only shake her head in despair. Ah. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yan, Jejuya, and Shixien smiled bitterly. Wu Yan, in particular, had a troubled expression. He did not have to worry about the elf girls around him. Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino were all as strong as Irene, if not stronger. If Irene finds them, the telepathy spell on them will be triggered. Wu Yan can remove the seal and let them fight Irene. Jejuya and Shixien are just like what they said. It's hard for anything to happen to them if they stay by his side. Even if there was an accident and the Balwa sisters weren't by his side, with their combined strength, they should be able to resist Irene for a while. If they used Elkanav, they might be able to counterattack and hold on until he arrived. Meijio, on the other hand, is isolated and helpless. If he was really found by the DEM, then it would definitely be very dangerous. Hey, do you want to live with us? Jejuya reminded Meijio out of kindness. Not only do we have Master here, we also have Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino. In addition to us and you, that's a total of 6 elves. No matter how powerful that Irene is, she can't possibly be more powerful than 6 elves working together, right? Consider it. Think about it. Yi Juya is right. Shixien tilted her head. There are no more rooms in the house, but there are still sofas. We can barely fit one more person. You want me to live on the sofa? Meijio was shocked. Why would I want to live in someone else's house? Why would I have to sleep on the sofa? Yes. We're worried that you'll be in danger. No. I'm not in danger. I've been an elf for half a year and I'm still fine. What danger could I possibly be in? Refute. What if your identity is exposed? Yes. Alright. Stop making wild guesses. Wu Yen stopped the three elves from making wild guesses. I'm just warning you about the danger of the magicians. Why do you all look like they're about to come knocking on our door? That's right. That's true. At the end of the day, I still have some doubts about whether humans can really be that strong. No, there's no need to make wild guesses. Wu Yen found it hilarious that the three elven girls are acting so sulky. He also started thinking about something. Perhaps, Ai Lian might really look for Meijio? It seems like I have to be careful. Chapter 1184. The night was as thick as ink, so deep that it couldn't be melted. The curtain-like night sky was dotted with sparkling stars. The moonlight was like flowing water, quietly sprinkling on every corner of Heavenly Palace City. It was like a thin silver mist, but also like a faint frost. Through layers of floating clouds, uneven mottled silver gauze fell. In the corner of Heavenly Palace City that belonged to the DM branch company, at this time, every building was flickering with little lights. The top of the first office building was even equipped with a searchlight for patrol, making the entire DM-related facilities colorful, like fireworks blooming in the night, very dazzling. Of course, if one was outside, they could only see these superficial phenomena at most. If an informed person were to carefully observe the entire territory of the DM, they would discover that in the shadows of some alleys or in the dark areas of the buildings, there were many humanoid robots with a cold luster and a metallic appearance. They were like ferocious tigers that were about to ambush them. Bandersnatch. The unmanned mechanical combat doll specially made by the DM company. In a corner that no one could find, these mechanical puppets were quietly lurking. While rotating the red light that looked like eyes to observe the surroundings, they moved their positions without anyone noticing, loyally guarding the entire territory of the DM company. These Bandersnatch. Although in terms of combat power, they couldn't even compare to a person from AST, they won in numbers. With the Bandersnatch troops guarding the DM company's territory, even if it couldn't be said to be foolproof, at least there would be enough spies to find the enemy and resist the foreign enemy for a certain period of time, allowing the magicians of the DM company to rush over. The defense could be said to be tight. Unfortunately, humanoid robots would always be humanoid robots, no matter how many there were. There would still be opportunities. In a dark corner. The shadow of the building bathed in the moonlight suddenly swayed, slowly extended out, and then twisted, turning into a swamp. A black shadow with specks of colorful starlight. In the black shadow, a figure gradually emerged. She quietly appeared here, waiting for the twisted black shadow to turn into her shadow and return to her feet. Her full appearance was faintly exposed in the moonlight. It was a very beautiful girl. She was so beautiful that it made people shudder. A black ponytail of different lengths swayed as her body appeared. Wrapped around her slender body was a gothic gown dyed with blood and the night sky. It was dazzling under the moonlight and the lights. However, the most dazzling part was still the girl's eyes. It was a pair of dual-colored eyes of different colors. If one looked closely, they would discover that the girl's right eye was wine red, and there would occasionally be a flash of bloody light. Her left eye, however, was golden, and it looked like a clock carved into it. The needle was still spinning, making one's hair stand on end. With a bloody smile that could easily give people goosebumps hanging on her delicate face, the girl raised her head slightly and looked at the first office building of the DM branch that seemed to have no end in front of her. The corner of her mouth curled up into a somewhat ferocious arc, after the Origin's original elf, the second elf in the world to be confirmed. Coquettish laughter, accompanied by words without a hint of a smile, echoed in the corner. Is it right here? The person who came was Kurumi, who left at Suki's house and is looking for the second elf in history. Looking at the tall building in front of her, then at the complex of buildings around her, Kurumi's expression became slightly helpless. There are so many places, it's going to take a lot of effort to find it. Looks like we can only rely on us. After these words were spoken, the shadow under Kwang San's feet instantly swelled and spread to the surroundings. Immediately, many young ladies that looked exactly the same as Kwang San slowly appeared from the shadow. These Kurumi were summoned by Kurumi herself using the power of Chet from Angel, Zafkiel. They were the reincarnations of the timeline. Each of them has the same power as Kurumi. They can also use the two ancient pistols that represent that as Zafkiel's hour and minute hands. Each of them is equivalent to a Kurumi. However, these clones can't use the Zafkiel's power of time. In terms of strength, they're much weaker than Kurumi herself, but they're still much stronger than normal magicians and bandersnatches. They're even more effective when used in human wave tactics or when searching for something. Let's begin. After summoning her clones, Kurumi immediately gave the order. The activity time of each me is the same as the time we need to consume, so if it's possible, I hope that everyone can hurry up. Kwang San closed her eyes after glancing at all the selves around her. Although Lord Husband has given me plenty of time, I don't want Lord Husband's gift to be wasted on searching. Of course, Lord Husband's time, we can't, whatever, it's a waste, hurry up, come on, let's search together, countless Kwang Sans giggled. Then, they disappeared into the shadows with their strange laughter. Kurumi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same place. Looking at the first office building, she narrowed her wine-red eyes. Then, she also fell into a black shadow and rushed towards the first office building, top floor of the first office building. In the luxurious office, a black shadow slowly floated in from the ground and came to the center of the room. It twisted and turned into Kurumi. A pair of red and gold eyes swept across the scene. Kurumi lifted her high boots and slowly walked forward. Clear footsteps reverberated in the quiet office. Kwang San walked leisurely. With each step, the smile on his face widened. Until a moment, a ferocious light flashed across his wine-red eyes. Kwang San abruptly stopped. Buzz, almost at the same time, a slight vibrating sound resounded through the air above the office. A laser lightsaber flickering with a golden brilliance flashed out without warning. Less than half a second after it appeared, the laser lightsaber slashed down towards Kwang San's head without any explanation. Clang! A crisp sound of collision that was louder than any of the previous sounds reverberated, accompanied by a little bit of the impact of the collision. It blew away Kwang San's faintly discernible bangs, causing her golden eyes, which were engraved with a clock, to be exposed. Raising her head, she looked at the laser lightsaber in front of her, which was in a stalemate with the short ancient spear in her hand. Kwang 3 raised her eyebrows and looked at the cold face of the person holding the laser lightsaber in front of her. Ah. Kurumi tilted her head and smiled as if she met a friend. You are? Yes, did you block it? Irene, who was wearing a platinum CR unit, or Pandaragon, narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi, who was close to her. Looks like an amazing mouse has come. He. A bone-chilling laughter instantly rippled out, causing Irene to frown. Her eyes turned cold as the laser light sword in her hand violently slashed horizontally at a speed that even the neuron transmission could not match. However, it cut empty air, causing Irene to be slightly startled. Ah. Then, a playful laughter sounded in front of Irene. Are you the strongest magician in that world? Do you know me? Irene put away the laser light sword in her hand and looked at Kurumi, who was not far away from her. Her eyes rippled. As an elf, you're the second one to confirm my identity. After saying that, Irene sized up Kurong San and narrowed her eyes. You're Nightmare, aren't you? It's really hard to find you. Am I exposed? Kurumi smiled gracefully. She lifted the sides of her skirt and bowed slightly. Then, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you, I'm Tokasaki Kurumi. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.